Hey there. Tonight, we're not meeting heroes or monsters. We're meeting the gods themselves. The ones who made Olympus as noisy, dramatic, and ridiculous as any mortal court. These are not the noble, thunder-wielding deities of marble statues, but the endlessly exasperating ones. The gossipers, the meddlers, the vengeful and vain immortals who could turn a calm day on earth into utter chaos simply because they were bored. If you enjoy drifting off to stories that mix myth with a bit of mischief, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly helps you rest, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from tonight and what time it is there. It's always oddly soothing to see how many of us fall asleep to the same ancient tales, so settle in. Dim the lights, let the world quiet down, and prepare to wander through Olympus at its most absurd, the realm of the most annoying gods in Greek mythology. The ancient Greeks lived in a world full of mystery, thunder, and chance. To explain it, they filled the heavens with a family of beings who looked like them, argued like them, and, on particularly dramatic days, behaved much worse. The gods of Olympus were not carved from moral stone. They were sculpted from gossip, rivalry, and wine-soaked pride. They had power beyond imagining, but self-control? Hardly. And perhaps that's why the Greeks loved them so dearly. Mount Olympus, in the stories, rose above the clouds, the divine estate of eternal beings who dined on ambrosia and watched mortals scurry below. But from all accounts, Olympus sounded less like paradise and more like a royal court run by 12 overgrown children with infinite resources and no accountability. If there had been divine noise complaints, the muses next door would have filed them. The pantheon was a family, which already tells you things were bound to go wrong. Zeus was the patriarch, Hera the ever-suspicious wife, Poseidon the tempestuous brother, and Hades the gloomy relative who chose to live underground, possibly just to get some peace. Add in Apollo, Artemis, Athena, Hermes, and the rest, and you had a cast large enough to fuel centuries of dramatic retellings. And what a performance they gave. The Greeks didn't just believe in their gods, they lived with them. Temples, festivals, and sacrifices were part of daily life. But beneath the worship, there was an unspoken truth. The gods were not paragons of virtue. They were mirrors, polished with divine light, but still reflecting the flaws of humanity. A farmer might pray to Demeter for rain, but he knew she could also bring famine out of spite. Sailors begged Poseidon for calm seas, fully aware he might drown them for looking at him the wrong way. The gods were adored, yes, but also feared, tolerated, and occasionally mocked in private whispers. In Homer's Iliad, you can already hear the weary tone of a storyteller who has seen enough divine interference to last a lifetime. The gods meddle in the Trojan War, not out of duty, but out of boredom. Athena trips warriors mid-battle. Aphrodite rescues her favourites and pouts when they get hurt. Ares storms off after being stabbed by a mortal, crying, and then has to be comforted by his father Zeus, who calls him the most hateful of all the gods. It's like what the ancient Greeks lived in a world full of mystery, thunder, and chance. To explain it, they filled the heavens with a family of beings who looked like them, argued like them, and, on particularly dramatic days, behaved much worse. The gods of Olympus were not carved from moral stone. They were sculpted from gossip, rivalry, and wine-soaked pride. They had power beyond imagining, But self-control? Hardly. And perhaps that's why the Greeks loved them so dearly. Mount Olympus, in the stories, rose above the clouds, the divine estate of eternal beings who dined on ambrosia and watched mortals scurry below. But from all accounts, Olympus sounded less like paradise and more like a royal court run by 12 overgrown children with infinite resources and no accountability. If there had been divine noise complaints, the muses next door would have filed them. The pantheon was a family, which already tells you things were bound to go wrong. Zeus was the patriarch, Hera the ever-suspicious wife, Poseidon the tempestuous brother, and Hades the gloomy relative who chose to live underground, possibly just to get some peace. Add in Apollo, Artemis, Athena, Hermes, and the rest, and you had a cast large enough to fuel centuries of dramatic retellings. And what a performance they gave the Greeks didn't just believe in their gods, they lived with them. Temples, festivals, and sacrifices were part of daily life. But beneath the worship, there was an unspoken truth. The gods were not paragons of virtue. They were mirrors, polished with divine light, but still reflecting the flaws of humanity. A farmer might pray to Demeter for rain, but he knew she could also bring famine out of spite. Sailors begged Poseidon for calm seas, fully aware he might drown them for looking at him the wrong way. The gods were adored, yes, but also feared, tolerated, and occasionally mocked in private whispers. In Homer's Iliad, you can already hear the weary tone of a storyteller who has seen enough divine interference to last a lifetime. The gods meddle in the Trojan War, not out of duty, but out of boredom. Athena trips warriors mid-battle. Aphrodite rescues her favourites and pouts when they get hurt. Ares storms off after being stabbed by a mortal, crying, and then has to be comforted by his father Zeus, who calls him the most hateful of all the gods. It's like watching the family WhatsApp group implode, but with spears and immortality. So why were they this way? Part of the answer. Still, if you were a mortal hero, you had reason to be nervous. Every god had their favourites and their grudges. Step on the wrong divine toe, and you could find yourself turned into a spider, a stag or worse. A cautionary tale, Arachne challenged Athena in weaving and paid the price. Niobe mocked Leto and watched her children die. Actaeon stumbled upon Artemis bathing and was promptly turned into a deer, chased by his own hounds. The gods didn't just punish, they overreacted spectacularly. Modern readers often find it strange that the Greeks continued to worship such troublesome figures. But the key lies in understanding that these stories weren't about blind devotion. They were about balance. Each god embodied a force that could bless or destroy. To honour them was to respect that balance, to admit one's smallness in the grand, unpredictable theatre of existence. There's also the matter of entertainment. Ancient myths weren't quiet bedtime stories. They were performed aloud, sung, acted, debated. The Greeks loved a good divine scandal. A bard in a smoky tavern could keep an audience rapt with tales of Hera's latest vengeance, or Apollo's foolish romance. These stories gave texture to life, turning storms, harvests, and heartbreak into something almost noble, or at least explainable. When we call the gods annoying, we're echoing a sentiment as old as the myths themselves. Even ancient playwrights rolled their eyes at Olympus. In Euripides' Hippolytus, the characters suffer because Aphrodite and Artemis are having a divine disagreement. In the Bacchae, Dionysus drives mortals mad simply because someone refused to recognize him. These were cautionary tales about pride, divine or human, but they also show the Greeks wrestling with the idea of power without restraint. The gods, in many ways, were ancient Greece's way of asking, what happens when no one can say no to you? The answer, as it turns out, is chaos with good lighting. If you strip away the grandeur, Olympus looks rather domestic. The gods squabbled over status, played favourites, and made a mess of their relationships. Hera's jealousy wasn't unlike that of a queen watching her husband's court fill with rivals. Apollo's pride mirrored that of young poets seeking fame. Even Zeus's thunderbolts could be read as the ultimate display of overcompensation. Perhaps the most quietly funny part of it all is that mortals, small, fragile, temporary, often behaved better. Heroes like Odysseus, Perseus, and Heracles endured divine tempests with more patience than the immortals who caused them. The Greeks knew this, and maybe that's why their myths endure. Because beneath all the divine noise, they remind us that humanity, for all its flaws, still tries to grow, while the gods in all their eternity never really change. And so, as we begin our journey through this pantheon of celestial nuisances, remember this. The Greeks didn't tell these stories to glorify perfection. They told them to make sense of imperfection, to laugh, to fear, and to accept that even the heavens can be ridiculous. The Olympians were brilliant, terrible, and endlessly dramatic. In other words, just like us, but louder. If Olympus had a complaint department, it would exist solely to handle issues caused by Zeus, king of the gods, lord of the sky. The first and last name in divine interference, Zeus was supposed to be the ruler of order and justice, the one who kept the heavens running smoothly. Instead, he was the reason half of Greek mythology reads like a long and exasperated court case. You'd think, with a throne made of gold and lightning at his fingertips, he might find satisfaction in peace and quiet. But no, for Zeus, eternity wasn't enough. He needed excitement, drama, and most famously, an endless parade of romantic escapades that would make even the most shameless poet blush. His idea of leadership was less divine management and more, what happens if I meddle with this mortal today? The story of Zeus begins long before Olympus became a heavenly bureaucracy. He was born the youngest son of the Titan Cronus and the earth goddess Rhea. Unfortunately, Cronus had developed a rather disturbing parenting habit. He swallowed each of his children whole, fearing a prophecy that one would overthrow him. When Rhea finally grew tired of this, understandably so, she hid baby Zeus away in a cave on Crete, and gave Cronus a rock wrapped in a blanket instead. The Titan, being not especially observant, swallowed the stone and called it a day. Zeus grew up in hiding, nursed by a goat named Amalthea, and guarded by a group of noisy warriors who clashed their shields to drown out his cries. Greek myth always makes childcare sound like a battlefield. Once grown, Zeus returned to overthrow his father, forced him to cough up his siblings, and together they defeated the Titans. Thus began the reign of the Olympians, and the reign of Zeus's ego. As ruler of the gods, Zeus was meant to be a symbol of justice and stability. In Homer's Iliad, he's often portrayed as the ultimate authority, the one who weighs the fates of heroes on his golden scales. Yet, for all his thunderous dignity, Zeus's personal life was a constant disaster zone. His romantic adventures, or misadventures, are the stuff of legend, and the source of endless headaches for his wife, Hera. It's difficult to find a myth in which Zeus doesn't fall in love with someone he shouldn't. Women, nymphs, goddesses, even mortals who are just trying to do their laundry. His methods were equally creative and absurd. Once, he turned himself into a swan to seduce Leda. Another time, a shower of gold to reach Danae, who was being held captive in a bronze tower. To Europa, he appeared as a gentle white bull. One has to imagine the other gods watching all this unfold and sighing deeply. For the Greeks, these stories weren't simply scandalous. They were explanations for power, lineage, and divine ancestry. Many city-states traced their origins back to Zeus's affairs. Kings liked to claim descent from him, as though a dubious thunderbolt family tree made them more legitimate. What we see now as comedic excess was, to them, part of divine order, albeit a noisy one. But Zeus's meddling went far beyond romance. He couldn't resist interfering in mortal affairs. Every major myth seems to have his fingerprints, or rather thunderbolts, somewhere on it. During the Trojan War, he tried to stay neutral, but failed spectacularly. His sons and daughters were scattered across both sides of the conflict, and he spent much of the Iliad issuing contradictory decrees. "Don't interfere," he thundered, right before interfering himself. The truth is, Zeus didn't trust anyone else to handle fate properly. If heroes were doing too well, he sent obstacles. If mortals became too arrogant, he threw a storm their way. The line between justice and vanity blurred somewhere between the clouds. To keep the world in balance, he often unbalanced it first. Prometheus learned this the hard way. The clever Titan stole fire from Olympus to give to humankind, teaching them civilization and craftsmanship. Zeus, furious at being outsmarted, chained him to a rock and sent an eagle to eat his liver daily, a punishment both symbolic and absurdly specific. You'd think omnipotence could invent something less gastrointestinal. It was only much later, when Heracles intervened, that Prometheus was finally freed. To the ancient Greeks, Zeus's behaviour wasn't entirely villainous. He was a cosmic necessity, the thunder that clears the air, the order that follows chaos. Yet his flaws made him deeply human in spirit. When thunder rolled across the mountains, the Greeks didn't just hear weather. They heard the voice of a moody ruler deciding who deserved a good harvest and who deserved a lightning strike. Historically, worship of Zeus was widespread and varied. At Dodona, in northern Greece, his priests interpreted messages from rustling oak leaves. In Olympia, sacrifices were made to honour him as the protector of kings and oaths. His cult embodied both fear and reverence. He was the god of justice, Zeus Xenios, who protected guests and strangers, but also Zeus Horkios, punisher of oath-breakers. In other words, he might welcome you with thunder, or end you with it. The Greeks understood that power was not meant to be comfortable. To honour Zeus was to acknowledge hierarchy itself, the idea that someone, somewhere, was always in charge, whether on earth or in the clouds. But privately, they must have whispered complaints about how much he enjoyed reminding everyone of it. Perhaps Zeus's most irritating trait was his inability to learn from his mistakes. Every quarrel with Hera ended the same way: divine shouting, stormy silence, and then yet another affair. Hera's revenge was legendary. She punished mortals, nymphs, even their innocent children. But somehow Zeus never faced any long-term consequences. The universe, it seems, didn't have a system for impeaching gods. Take Io, for instance. A priestess of Hera, she caught Zeus's wandering eye To hide her from his wife, he turned her into a white cow, a plan so bizarre it almost worked. Hera, however, saw through it and demanded the cow as a gift. She then set a giant 100-eyed monster named Argus to watch over her. Zeus sent Hermes to rescue Io, but not before Hera retaliated again, sending a gadfly to chase the poor girl halfway across the world. By the end, everyone involved was miserable, except, of course, Zeus. It's as though every myth about him begins with Zeus had an idea and ends with and everyone regretted it. Still, there's something oddly endearing about the Greek king of chaos. His constant meddling gave shape to their myths, driving stories of heroism, tragedy, and transformation. Without Zeus's restless hand, there would be no Perseus, no Heracles, no Trojan War, no endless cycle of divine comeuppance. The Greeks may have rolled their eyes at him, but they also knew, without thunder, the sky would be unbearably still. Zeus also represented an ancient truth about leadership, that those in charge often mistake interference for control. Even today, his archetype lingers in kings, emperors, and CEOs who believe the world will fall apart if they don't personally manage everything. Zeus was the eternal micromanager of the cosmos, convinced that his thunderbolts were always necessary. In the end, Zeus is both awe-inspiring and absurd, a god who could command the heavens, yet never master his own impulses. His name means bright sky, but his moods were anything but clear. He ruled over justice, but couldn't keep peace in his own household. And while he stood for cosmic order, most of his actions created the very chaos he was meant to prevent. That contradiction is what made him so fascinating to the Greeks, and so deeply annoying. He was the father of gods, the king of storms, and the eternal reminder that even the most powerful beings can't resist meddling where they shouldn't. And so every time thunder rolls across the horizon, you might imagine it as what the Greeks once did. Not just weather, but the sound of Zeus himself, muttering, grumbling, and interfering yet again, because eternity, it seems, gives him far too much free time. If Zeus was the storm, then Hera was the thunder that followed. Quieter perhaps, but no less devastating. Queen of the gods, goddess of marriage, and patron of lawful unions, Hera should have been the divine embodiment of grace and loyalty. Instead, mythology paints her as the embodiment of patience, stretched too thin. It's easy to forget that before she became the suspicious wife of Olympus, Hera was one of the most powerful goddesses in Greek religion. She was worshipped across the Greek world, from Samos to Argos, as a guardian of women, a divine matron presiding over weddings and childbirth. Her temples were vast, her festivals magnificent. She was, in theory, the model of virtue and dignity, but myth, as usual, had other plans. Once married to Zeus, Hera became something else entirely, a portrait of cosmic exasperation. Imagine spending eternity married to the most unfaithful man in existence, who could turn himself into anything, from a bull to a breeze, to chase his next crush. Hera's jealousy wasn't just a flaw, it was a full-time occupation. The myths make her look cruel, and, to be fair, she often was. But they also make her oddly human. The Greeks, who prized moderation and self-control, understood that even goddesses could break under constant humiliation. Hera's fury wasn't random. It was the fury of someone who had been wronged too many times and had nowhere left to put her rage except into elaborate vengeance. The problem was, Hera never punished the right person. Zeus was untouchable, and she knew it. So instead, she went after the mortals, nymphs, and demigods unlucky enough to cross his path. If Olympus had a motto, it would be, "The innocent will suffer for the guilty." Take Io, the priestess we met earlier. When Zeus turned her into a cow to hide his affair, Hera saw right through the disguise, and sent Argus, the 100-eyed giant, to watch her. After Argus was slain, Hera transformed him into a peacock, his many eyes glittering forever on its tail. It's a beautiful image, yes, but a strange way to express marital frustration. Then there's Semele, the mortal mother of Dionysus. Hera disguised herself as an old woman, convinced Semele to demand that Zeus show himself in his true divine form. And, of course, the poor girl was instantly incinerated. Hera didn't stop there. She later tormented the newborn Dionysus until even he had to be hidden away. Imagine being so intimidating that baby gods have to go into witness protection. Even Heracles, whose very name means glory of Hera, couldn't escape her wrath. He was Zeus's son by yet another mortal woman, Alcmene, and Hera hated him from birth. She sent serpents to kill him in his cradle, which, inconveniently for her, he strangled with his bare hands. Later, when he grew into a hero, she drove him mad, causing him to murder his wife and children in his famous 12 labours. All penance for that madness, and all thanks to Hera's divine temper. It's a wonder Heracles ever got through them alive. At one point she even tried to sabotage him mid-task by sending gadflies, floods, or Amazons at inconvenient moments. If divine vengeance were an Olympic sport, Hera would have taken gold every century. And yet, for all her vindictiveness, there's something quietly tragic about Hera. In the Iliad, she isn't just jealous, she's wounded. When she conspires against Zeus, it's often because she feels ignored or disrespected. In one scene, she borrows Aphrodite's girdle, an enchanted belt of beauty and desire, to distract Zeus from the battlefield. The trick works, but beneath it lies a hint of sadness. Hera must resort to manipulation to gain affection that should already be hers. Ancient poets understood this duality. Hera was terrifying, but also pitiable. Her temper made her infamous, but her pain made her timeless. The Greeks didn't see her as evil. They saw her as inevitable. In a world where men held power and women were expected to endure, Hera was divine rebellion wrapped in silk and thunderclouds. Historically, Hera's worship predated even Zeus's in some regions. At Argos, she was celebrated as the city's chief deity, not as a jealous wife, but as a cosmic queen. Her temple there, the Heraion, was among the oldest sanctuaries in Greece. Festivals in her honour featured processions, sacrifices, and the symbolic renewal of her marriage to Zeus, which one imagines must have been awkward given their track record. This ritual remarriage, however, carried meaning. It wasn't about domestic bliss. It represented cosmic balance, the joining of sky and earth, male and female, divine and mortal. Hera wasn't worshipped because she was kind. She was worshipped because she was necessary. She kept the chaos of Zeus in check. Without her, the universe might have burned out in a fit of thunderous vanity. Still, living with Zeus must have been like trying to reason with a storm. He never admitted fault, never apologized, and certainly never stopped. Hera's fury became a fixture of Olympus, the sound of the world's first dysfunctional marriage echoing through eternity. The other gods learned to tread lightly. Even their children took sides. Ares, the god of war, adored his mother and inherited her temper. Hephaestus, the god of craft, was thrown off Olympus by Hera, herself after birth, for being deformed, though in some versions Zeus did the throwing. Myth can never quite decide which parent was worse. Her strained relationship with Hephaestus adds another layer to her complexity. In later stories he returned to Olympus, crafted exquisite thrones and weapons, and even trapped Hera in a golden chair as revenge. Zeus eventually had to send for Dionysus, who got Hephaestus drunk enough to forgive his mother, a divine family reunion, then resolved by wine, which, to be fair, is how many family feuds still end. Hera also took part in nearly every divine argument worth remembering during the Trojan War. She sided passionately with the Greeks, largely because Paris of Troy had once judged Aphrodite fairer than her in the infamous Apple of Discord contest. She never forgave him. Imagine holding a grudge so long it becomes a geopolitical conflict. But her involvement in the Iliad wasn't purely vanity. Hera's actions also reflected the Greek understanding of divine justice. The Trojans had prospered under Zeus's favour, and Hera's opposition represented the counterforce of fate, the balancing act that prevented one side from triumphing unchecked. Her anger may have been personal, but it was also cosmic. For all her flaws, Hera's image endured as one of authority and strength. Artists depicted her seated on a throne, wearing a crown and holding a scepter, the perfect picture of regal composure. In Vol's paintings, her expression is calm but distant, as though she's already seen every foolish thing Zeus might do, and is simply waiting to punish him later. She was also the goddess invoked at weddings, where brides prayed for her blessing, or perhaps for her restraint. In some regions, newlyweds carried small offerings to her temple, asking that their union be harmonious, unlike hers. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. What makes Hera truly fascinating, and yes, deeply annoying to everyone around her, is that she never learned to let anything go. Every slight, every insult, every betrayal was carefully catalogued for later vengeance. If Zeus was the unstoppable force, Hera was the immovable object. Together they created an eternal stalemate, a divine drama that mirrored every difficult marriage mortals ever had. But beneath all the rough and scheming lies a strange sort of loyalty Hera never left Zeus. She never abandoned Olympus or sought another throne. She endured, proud, watchful, and unyielding. For the Greeks, that endurance itself was power. It made her not just the queen of Olympus, but the embodiment of perseverance. The divine reminder that some bonds, however infuriating, cannot be undone. So the next time thunder rumbles, it might not be Zeus's anger you're hearing at all. It might be Hera, sighing, exasperated, ready to unleash divine retribution, because her husband has once again mistaken someone else's barn for a romantic opportunity, and somewhere, perhaps in the clouds, the other gods roll their eyes and whisper, "Here we go again." If you ever find yourself at sea in ancient Greece, perhaps on a creaky wooden ship headed towards some heroic disaster, it would be wise to say a prayer to Poseidon before you leave shore. Not because he'll necessarily help you, but because if you don't, he'll almost certainly notice. Poseidon, Lord of the Sea, was one of the three great brothers who divided the world after overthrowing their father, Cronus. Zeus took the sky, Hades took the underworld, and Poseidon got the ocean. Vast, unpredictable, and perfectly suited to his temperament. If Zeus ruled with thunder and Hades with silence, Poseidon ruled with mood swings. He was the god of both calm harbours and catastrophic shipwrecks, the divine equivalent of a man who might either invite you in for dinner or throw a table at you, depending on the weather. The Greeks respected him, but they also feared him deeply. They understood that the sea was both their lifeline and their greatest threat. It brought trade, fish, and connection. But it could swallow fleets without warning. And Poseidon, they believed, embodied that duality perfectly. He wasn't cruel for cruelty's sake. He was simply emotional on a divine scale. When the waves rose suddenly and storms cracked across the Aegean, sailors didn't curse the wind. They blamed Poseidon's temper. Perhaps a city had forgotten to sacrifice a bull, or a fisherman had boasted about his skill. In myth, the smallest slight could earn his fury. It's as though Poseidon had a divine version of road rage, only with waves instead of traffic. He was, after all, the god who literally shook the earth when irritated. His title, Enazikthon, meant earth shaker. With a jab of his trident, he could send tremors rippling across land and sea alike. When the walls of Troy fell, it was Poseidon's handiwork. He and Apollo had built them as punishment for a mortal king who refused to pay them. It's a petty move, but impressively architectural vengeance. Poseidon's trident, by the way, wasn't just a symbol of authority. In myth, it was the tool with which he created springs, cracked cliffs, and occasionally ruined someone's day. When he struck the ground at Athens, a salty spring burst forth, his divine attempt to claim the city. Unfortunately, Athena responded by offering the olive tree, a far more practical gift. The Athenians chose her, of course, and Poseidon, furious, flooded their countryside in retaliation. Nothing says graceful loser quite like drowning an entire region. This rivalry between Poseidon and Athena tells you everything you need to know about him. He wasn't evil, he was proud. He hated to lose and never forgot a slight. His grudges lasted generations, entire epics even. The most famous victim of his resentment was Odysseus. After the Trojan War, Odysseus made the rookie mistake of blinding Poseidon's son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, and then bragging about it. Poseidon's revenge was slow, steady, and exquisitely frustrating. Every time Odysseus thought he was heading home, Poseidon threw another storm at him. 10 years of detours, shipwrecks, and near-death experiences later, Odysseus finally stumbled back to Ithaca, sunburnt, exhausted, and probably terrified of waves for life. To the Greeks, this wasn't just a tale of punishment. It was a moral about hubris, the fatal pride of mortals who forgot their place. You could outwit other men, perhaps even other gods, but never Poseidon. He could be calm one day, generous even, and monstrous the next. His moods were the sea itself, vast, restless, impossible to predict. Unlike Zeus, whose affairs filled entire volumes of mythology, Poseidon's romantic escapades were fewer but hardly less chaotic. His union with Amphitrite, a sea goddess, began when she tried to escape him, a pattern that seems depressingly common in divine courtship. Poseidon sent dolphins to persuade her to return, and when she finally did, he rewarded the dolphins by placing them among the stars as a constellation. A rare moment of charm, perhaps, between bouts of tsunami-level temper. From this marriage came Triton, a half-man, half-fish herald who blew a conch shell to calm or stir the waves. Triton, unlike his father, was rather polite, which might explain why Poseidon mostly kept him around. But Poseidon also had a habit of fathering creatures that reflected his more volatile side. There was Pegasus, the winged horse born when he and Medusa, yes, that Medusa, had an encounter that turned mythic for all the wrong reasons. There was also the giant Antaeus, the sea monster Charybdis, and Theseus, the hero of Athens, depending on which version you read. If Zeus's children filled heaven and Olympus, Poseidon's seemed to fill every dangerous corner of the map. The Greeks worshipped Poseidon fervently, especially in coastal cities like Corinth and in island communities. His temples were often built on cliffs overlooking the sea, reminders to the god that mortals hadn't forgotten who controlled their next voyage. Offerings were thrown into the water, wine, bulls, even small model ships. The logic was simple. You couldn't bribe the sea, but you could try to flatter it. Sailors would whisper prayers before launching their boats. Poseidon, be calm today. Fishermen would pour a few drops of wine into the surf, and when storms struck, survivors thanked him even as they cursed his name. It was a relationship built on awe and fear, the kind of reverence reserved for forces that could both sustain and destroy historically. Poseidon's image evolved from older sea deities of the Mediterranean. In Mycenaean records, his name already appears, a sign of how ancient his cult truly was. Archaeologists have found offerings of clay horses and figurines at his sanctuaries, reflecting his role not only as god of the sea, but also of horses and earthquakes. It seems he was less of a specialist and more of a divine multitasker, albeit one prone to trident-related tantrums. His connection to horses might seem odd until you remember how the Greeks imagined waves, galloping white-crested stallions charging across the sea. To them, Poseidon's chariot wasn't pulled by dolphins or fish, but by horses, each one a living surge of foam and power. When the sea was calm, he was the master of harmony. When it raged, he was the untamed beast beneath it. In art, Poseidon is almost always depicted with flowing hair and beard, a muscular frame, and the ever-present trident. He often looks calmer than his myths suggest, but perhaps that's just the still moment before he notices someone has offended him again. On temple pediments, he stands beside Athena or wrestles with giants, his expression carved somewhere between authority and irritation. Writers of antiquity sometimes hinted that even the other gods found him difficult. In Homer's Odyssey, Zeus himself remarks that Poseidon will have to calm down eventually, as though the entire cosmos is used to waiting for him to stop sulking. You get the sense Olympus had an unspoken rule: don't mention Athens, don't insult his horses, and for the love of all that's holy, don't ask about Odysseus. Yet beneath the tempest, Poseidon had a strange nobility. Unlike Zeus, he rarely disguised himself to meddle in mortal love affairs. Unlike Hera, he didn't stew in jealousy for eternity. His wrath was explosive but honest, an emotional storm that cleared as quickly as it came. He represented the raw power of nature, unfiltered and unashamed. When sailors prayed to him, they weren't asking for kindness, they were asking for mercy. In many ways, Poseidon's myths are the sea's autobiography, majestic, cruel, and endlessly fascinating. He could drown a fleet one day and grant safe passage the next, and both acts felt equally divine. His moods defined an entire culture's relationship with the ocean, one of dependence, fear, and reverence. So yes, Poseidon was moody. Yes, he held grudges longer than Odysseus held his breath. But he was also essential, the god who reminded mortals that no matter how clever they became, they were still small beneath the waves. His tantrums weren't merely personal, they were cosmic reminders of humility. And somewhere, as the ancient sailors drifted under the stars, listening to the sea's endless rhythm, they might have wondered if Poseidon himself ever slept. Perhaps he did, briefly, before waking, grumbling about mortals again, and stirring another wave just to remind them who was really in charge. If Olympus had a troublemaker everyone quietly tolerated but never truly liked, it was Ares, the god of war, son of Zeus and Hera, and perhaps the least popular member of the divine family, which is quite an achievement when your competition includes Zeus himself, a serial meddler, and Poseidon, whose idea of diplomacy involves earthquakes. Ares was war personified. Not strategy, not courage, but the chaos and noise of battle itself. To the Greeks, he represented that raw, reckless energy that bursts from humanity when reason gives way to fury. He wasn't about noble defence or tactical brilliance. He was about the shouting, the blood, the clash of bronze against bronze, and then the sulky retreat when things didn't go his way. If you imagine a dinner party on Olympus, Ares would be the one loudly recounting his own victories, while everyone else quietly edges their chairs away, pretending to check their ambrosia. The strange thing is that for a war god, Ares didn't have a particularly glorious reputation among his own people. The Greeks, despite their frequent conflicts, valued discipline and intellect over blind aggression in Homer's Iliad. Even Zeus calls Ares the most hateful of all the gods, which is quite a statement from a being who once turned into a swan to pursue mortals. Athena, goddess of strategy and wisdom, consistently outshines him. Ares, on the other hand, charges into battle like an overconfident teenager with a sword. He loves the sound of combat, but despises the consequences. He is wounded easily and complains loudly about it. In one scene from the Iliad, when he's injured by Diomedes, a mortal hero no less, with Athena's help, he rushes back to Olympus to show his father the cut, crying that it hurts. Zeus, never one for sympathy, basically tells him to stop whining and remember what he represents. That episode alone captures Ares in essence. Fearsome in theory, embarrassing in practice. He's the embodiment of war stripped of glory, just the mess, the shouting, and the regret. The Greeks saw him not as a hero but as a warning, yet curiously, he wasn't without his admirers. In regions like Sparta and Thrace, where warfare was woven into daily life, Ares had temples and cults. To the Spartans, he wasn't a nuisance. He was necessary. Their offerings weren't pleas for mercy, but prayers for ferocity. They worshipped him through ritual sacrifices before battle, asking that he lend them his rage but spare their lives. The Athenians, by contrast, built a hill named Areopagus, the Hill of Ares, where serious crimes were judged. Even in law, he lingered as a reminder of what happens when passion overtakes order. Myth paints Ares as both fearsome and foolish. He fathered countless children, nearly all of them troublemakers. The Amazons, the fierce warrior women of myth, were said to be his daughters, proof that his influence was inherited, though in their case much more organised. Other offspring included Phobos and Deimos, literally fear and terror, who accompanied him into battle like divine attack dogs. It's poetic, really, that his entourage was made up of emotions rather than soldiers. Ares' most famous entanglement, however, wasn't on the battlefield, but in bed, with Aphrodite, the goddess of love. It's one of the few pairings in mythology that actually makes thematic sense. Love and war, beauty and destruction, opposites that can't help colliding. But it was also a scandal. Aphrodite was married to Hephaestus, the god of forge and craft, and their affair became one of Olympus's juiciest stories. When the two lovers met in secret, Hephaestus eventually caught wind of it and set a cunning trap. He forged an invisible net of unbreakable chains and draped it over their bed. The next time Ares and Aphrodite met, the net snapped shut, and there they were, tangled and humiliated for all of Olympus to see. The other gods gathered to laugh, though Poseidon, ever the reluctant mediator, convinced Hephaestus to release them. It's one of the few myths where Ares doesn't respond with violence. Perhaps even he knew that shouting, "I'll kill you all," while still tangled in chains, wasn't dignified. Ares' relationship with Aphrodite softens him slightly. She tempers his rage, he gives her passion, a balance of destruction and creation. Their union, symbolic as it is, mirrors an eternal truth the Greeks understood well. Love and conflict often spring from the same flame. Some poets even suggested their affair represented the cycle of life itself. Harmony born from chaos, peace after passion. Though, of course, Ares himself rarely saw that deeper meaning. When he wasn't chasing Aphrodite, he was starting fights. Once, he killed Adonis, Aphrodite's mortal lover, out of jealousy. In another myth, he slew Halirrhothius, Poseidon's son, for attacking his daughter. The case went to trial on the Areopagus, supposedly the origin of Athens' high court. Even divine scandals, it seems, needed paperwork. Despite his many failings, Ares was not entirely despised to the Greeks. He was a necessary evil, the part of life that couldn't be ignored. They might mock his tantrums, but they still needed his courage when battle came in festivals. They honoured him with restraint, offering sacrifices not in adoration, but in appeasement. After all, if war is inevitable, better to have its god on your side than against you. Philosophers later took a more symbolic view. Plato contrasted Ares' raw violence with Athena's reason, arguing that true victory came from intellect, not impulse. Yet even he acknowledged that Ares' spirit lived within every soldier's heart. That spark of adrenaline that could both save and destroy in art. Ares is usually shown as a handsome, muscular warrior, helmet, spear, and shield in hand. But with none of the serenity you see in other gods, his gaze is always intense, restless, almost feral. You can tell he's waiting for something to fight. There's beauty in that impatience, a kind of primal honesty. He doesn't scheme or deceive. He charges forward and takes his wounds. For all his flaws, he's at least transparent about them. In Roman mythology, Ares became Mars, and that's when everything changed. The Romans admired discipline and conquest, so Mars shed his Greek reputation for chaos and became a symbol of noble warfare, a father of Rome itself. It's almost amusing how one culture's problem child became another's national hero. The same god, different marketing. But in Greece, Ares remained the eternal misfit. Even his parents seemed ambivalent about him. Zeus saw him as reckless. Hera, though fiercely loyal to her children, found him exhausting. When the other gods mocked him, none came to his defence, except perhaps Aphrodite, and even she eventually grew weary of his dramatics. He's a tragicomic figure, the god of war who wants respect but never earns it, who charges headlong into glory and trips over his own spear. He reminds us that raw power without wisdom quickly becomes farce. Still, it's impossible to imagine Olympus without him. Without Ares, the myths would lose their fire, their chaos, their noise. He's the divine embodiment of the part of humanity that never quite learns, that picks fights, rushes ahead, and regrets it later. And though the Greeks disapproved of him, they couldn't look away. Perhaps that's why he survived in their stories at all. They didn't worship him because they admired him, but because they recognized him. Every time a soldier shouted, a lover quarrelled, or a crowd erupted into conflict, Ares was there, smirking faintly in the background. So yes, Ares was loud, vain, and perpetually misunderstood. He was the god no one wanted at their banquet, yet the one they all ended up invoking eventually. Because whether you liked him or not, Ares was honest about what he was. He was chaos. He was fury. He was that restless heartbeat before the storm. And if you listened closely, in the clang of bronze, in the rumble of marching feet, or perhaps in your own pulse when anger rises, you could almost hear him laughing quietly, waiting for the next fight to begin. If Mount Olympus had a favourite child, it was Apollo. Gleaming, golden, endlessly confident, the god of music, prophecy, healing, and just about anything that could make him look good, the Greeks adored him. The poets adored him. Apollo, most of all, adored himself. He was the shining twin of Artemis, born to Zeus and the Titaness Leto after yet another of the king's divine affairs. Hera, naturally, tried to stop the birth by forbidding any land under the sun from sheltering Leto. So Leto found a loophole, quite literally, by giving birth on the floating island of Delos, which wasn't attached to the earth. A clever beginning for a god who would spend the rest of eternity convinced that rules didn't apply to him. From the moment he arrived, Apollo was perfection personified. The Greeks imagined him as eternally youthful, his hair radiant like sunlight, his posture impeccable, and his expression serene. The sort of man who'd correct your grammar and write a sonnet about it. His symbols, the lyre, the laurel, the bow, all spoke of balance and refinement. He embodied everything the Greeks admired: beauty, intellect, order, but admiration has a way of spoiling even gods. And Apollo, like a gifted student who knew he was gifted, quickly became the most exasperating overachiever on Olympus. He didn't just want to be right. He wanted to be right artistically. His first recorded act of divine independence was, of course, murder. Just days after his birth, he set out to slay Python, the great serpent that guarded the sacred oracle of Delphi. It was a noble quest, also Apollo claimed, to purify the world of chaos. In truth, it was also a career move. Python's death conveniently left the oracle without management, and Apollo swiftly claimed the temple as his own. From then on, Delphi became the centre of his worship, the place where mortals would travel to seek divine guidance through the famous Pythia, a priestess who inhaled prophetic vapours and muttered cryptic phrases. It was brilliant branding. Other gods inspired fear or devotion. Apollo built a business model around ambiguity. His oracle's answers were famously unclear, always true, but never useful. Kings and generals hung on his every word, only to discover too late that they'd misunderstood him. It was as if Apollo took pleasure in being right technically, rather than helpfully. He was, above all, the god of measure. He despised excess, disdained disorder, and demanded harmony, both in music and in morality. But his definition of harmony could be rather self-serving when he lost. he sulked. When he won, he made sure everyone noticed. Consider his contest with Marsyas. A satyr who dared to challenge him to a musical duel. Marsyas played the flute, Apollo the lyre. Both performed brilliantly, but Apollo, unwilling to risk a draw, changed the rules mid-contest, insisting they play and sing upside down. Marsyas, being mortal, couldn't. Apollo, being Apollo, declared victory. Then, in a display of divine cruelty, he flayed Marsyas alive as punishment for his hubris. This, mind you, was the god of music and reason, the patron of poets and doctors, peeling a satyr like an orange because he couldn't handle competition. It's little wonder the Greeks viewed perfection with suspicion. Still, Apollo's contradictions fascinated them. He could be cruel one moment and gentle the next, a healer who spread plague, a prophet who told the truth yet ruined lives with it. During the Trojan War, he sent disease among the Greeks for disrespecting his priest, then later guided Paris's arrow to slay Achilles' Apollo. Was balance. Yes, but also a reminder that balance could be cold, clinical, and indifferent to human suffering. In his personal life, he was no less disastrous. Like his father Zeus, Apollo had a talent for falling in love with people who wanted absolutely nothing to do with him. His pursuit of the nymph Daphne is legendary, and frankly uncomfortable. Daphne fled from his advances, begging her father, a river god, for help. He granted her wish by turning her into a laurel tree. Instead of learning from the experience, Apollo decided to make the laurel his sacred plant, wearing a wreath of its leaves as a sentimental keepsake. Ancient historians never confirm whether Daphne appreciated the gesture. Then there was Cassandra, the Trojan princess blessed with foresight. Apollo offered her the gift of prophecy in exchange for affection. When she accepted the gift but refused his advances, he cursed her so that no one would ever believe her predictions. So, when she later warned Troy of its destruction, everyone ignored her. The first recorded instance of a man weaponizing disbelief. It's tempting to call Apollo the most modern of the gods, rational, artistic, and perpetually convinced of his own correctness. He wasn't wild like Dionysus, nor vengeful like Hera. He was, in theory, the embodiment of civilization, but he could also be insufferable. The Greeks themselves saw this duality. They built magnificent temples to him, yet their plays and poems quietly mocked his perfectionism even in worship. Apollo's presence was serene but unsettling. His priests at Delphi maintained strict purity rituals, fasting, bathing, abstaining from wine, as if serving him required constant self-correction. The laurel leaves, the clean white robes, the calm hymns, all reflected a god who despised mess. Yet beneath the surface, his myths warned that too much order could suffocate life itself. The Greeks loved to pair Apollo with his opposite, Dionysus, god of wine and madness. The two shared Delphi seasonally. Apollo presided in the summer, Dionysus in the winter. It was a cosmic seesaw, logic and ecstasy taking turns. This balance said everything about how the Greeks viewed the world. You could admire Apollo's clarity, but you couldn't live in it forever. People needed passion, chaos, laughter, the things Apollo's shining reason tried to contain. That perhaps was his greatest flaw. He believed perfection was the same as goodness, but the Greeks knew better. Perfection can be brittle, cold, and lonely. Apollo might have won every contest, but he lost nearly every love. His light illuminated everything around him, but left himself in shadow. Historically, Apollo's cult spread further than almost any other gods from Delphi to Delos. From Anatolia to Italy, his image became synonymous with order and health. Doctors invoked him as the father of Asclepius. The healing god philosophers admired him as the source of the Delphic maxims. Know thyself and nothing in excess. Those phrases sound wise, and they are. But one suspects Apollo himself never quite mastered them. In Roman times, he remained largely unchanged. The Romans admired his composure, his hygiene, his aesthetic sensibilities. If anything, he became even more polished. A divine poster boy for empire and enlightenment. But somewhere beneath that golden perfection, the Greeks' original unease still lingered, and it's easy to see why. Apollo, for all his brilliance, never understood failure. He punished it, mocked it, or turned it into art. When Marsyas challenged him, he killed him. When Cassandra rejected him, he cursed her. When Daphne fled him, he immortalized her tree. His idea of mercy was to beautify his own guilt. That's why he remains one of the most fascinatingly annoying gods, because he embodies the kind of perfection that can't bear to be human. He is the voice of reason that talks over everyone else, the artist who critiques every brushstroke, the golden boy who sighs when mortals don't appreciate his symmetry. And yet, for all that, the Greeks needed him. Apollo's light wasn't just blinding, it was guiding. He stood for the pursuit of order in a world that constantly tilted toward chaos. He was the bright morning after a night of storms, even if he'd spent half the night complaining about the thunder. So the next time you hear music that's too perfect, too flawless, and think it might use a touch of soul, that's Apollo whispering from somewhere on Mount Olympus, reminding us that brilliance and arrogance often share the same face. And if you ever meet someone who insists they're right about everything, even the things they clearly aren't, well, you've probably met Apollo in disguise. If the Olympian gods ever held a talent show for hypocrisy, Artemis would win by a comfortable margin, though she'd probably refuse to attend, claiming she preferred the peace of the forest, the goddess of the hunt, the moon, and chastity. She was the very image of composure, independent, serene, untouchable. But beneath that calm, silver glow lay a goddess with a temper sharp enough to split arrows. Artemis was the twin sister of Apollo, born just before him, in fact, and said to have helped deliver him on the island of Delos. Imagine that, mere minutes old and already acting as a midwife. It set the tone for her divine career. Always competent, always in control, and rarely impressed with anyone else. While Apollo became the golden perfectionist of Olympus, Artemis took the opposite path. She was the wild one, the goddess who preferred the quiet rustle of trees to the chatter of gods. She spent her time in the mountains with her band of nymphs, hunting by moonlight, far from the schemes and scandals of Olympus. But for someone who claimed to love peace and solitude, she certainly found a remarkable number of opportunities to smite people. To understand Artemis, one has to grasp her contradictions. She was the protector of women in childbirth, yet also the goddess of virginity. She valued purity, but wasn't above spilling blood. She demanded respect from mortals, yet had little patience for their mistakes. In short, she was the divine embodiment of the phrase, "Do as I say, not as I do." Take, for instance, the poor hunter Actaeon. a man whose only crime was bad timing. While hunting in the woods, he accidentally stumbled upon Artemis bathing in a secluded stream. She could have forgiven him. After all, it was an honest mistake, but Artemis did not do forgiveness. Outraged, she transformed him into a stag, and his own hunting dogs tore him to pieces. The moral of the story, if there is one, seems to be, don't look at Artemis without her consent, and perhaps don't look at all. Then there was Niobe, Queen of Thebes, who made the fatal error of boasting that she had more children than Leto, the mother of Artemis and Apollo. More children, she said proudly, and all still alive. It was the ancient Greek equivalent of tempting fate. Artemis and Apollo descended upon her family in righteous fury, slaughtering nearly all her offspring. Niobe herself was turned to stone, frozen in eternal grief. One might think the goddess of childbirth could have shown a touch of empathy. But Artemis's sense of proportion was, shall we say, selective. Even her closest companions weren't safe. One of her handmaidens, Callisto, broke her vow of chastity after Zeus, predictably deceived her. When Artemis discovered Callisto's pregnancy, she didn't blame her father for his habit of shape-shifting seduction. No, she banished Callisto instead, later watching her transformed into a bear, and then a constellation. The stars might tell the story beautifully, but it's difficult to ignore how unnecessarily cruel it all was. Still, despite these divine outbursts, Artemis wasn't malicious by nature. She simply had a rigid sense of order, her own order, and anything that disrupted it met a swift end. To her, the forest was sacred, pure, untouched by human vanity. Mortals were welcome to enter, but only if they remembered their place. Hunters who boasted of skill beyond hers, or kings who disrespected her rights, learned quickly that Artemis did not take embarrassment lightly. One of her more famous grudges was against Agamemnon, commander of the Greek forces at Troy. Before the fleet set sail, Agamemnon accidentally killed one of Artemis's sacred deer, and then bragged about it. The goddess responded by stilling the winds, trapping the Greek army in port until he made amends. By sacrificing his daughter Iphigenia, whether or not the sacrifice actually occurred depends on the version you read. In some tellings, Artemis saved the girl at the last moment and replaced her with a deer. But the message was clear: the goddess would not be mocked. In Greek society, Artemis represented the untamed side of womanhood, a reminder that not all feminine power was gentle or domestic. While Hera ruled over marriage and Aphrodite over love, Artemis embodied independence. She belonged to no one, and she liked it that way. Her temples were places of both worship and warning, altars surrounded by forests, where women prayed for safe childbirth, and men hesitated to enter without good reason. Her worship was widespread, particularly in Ephesus, where she was honoured not as the slim huntress of myth, but as a many-breasted figure symbolising fertility and abundance. It's one of those moments where religion and myth diverged. The literary Artemis was pure and cold as moonlight, but the Artemis of real temples was generous, nurturing, and far older than Olympus itself. A survival of pre-Greek mother goddess worship, reshaped by later poets into a virgin archer. That duality, fertility and chastity, gentleness and vengeance, made her endlessly fascinating to the Greeks. She was a paradox they couldn't solve, and perhaps didn't want to. Artemis also represented the delicate balance between civilization and wilderness. Her worshippers saw her as the guardian of the in-between, where light meets shadow, where order brushes against chaos. Hunters prayed to her before setting out. Sailors invoked her during full moons, and young women offered her locks of hair before marriage, marking the passage from girlhood to adulthood. But Artemis herself never crossed that line. She stayed perpetually young, eternally untamed in art. She's shown striding through forests with her bow, hair tied back, gaze cool and alert. The animals around her, deer, lions, bears, are companions, not trophies. She doesn't conquer nature. She commands it. And yet, the same bow that protects her forest also strikes down those who offend her. Balance, in Artemis's world, always comes at a price. Her relationship with Apollo adds another layer to her character. The twins are often seen as reflections of each other. Sunlight and moonlight, logic and instinct, civilization and wilderness. They share a bond deeper than any other on Olympus. Yet even between them, there's tension. When Orion, the great hunter, became a companion to Artemis, Apollo grew jealous of their closeness. He tricked his sister into shooting Orion by making him a distant target on the sea, claiming it was a monster. When she discovered she'd killed her friend, Artemis placed his image among the stars, a rare glimpse of grief from a goddess who rarely admitted fault. It's one of the few myths where Artemis appears vulnerable. For all her rigidity, she was capable of deep emotion. She just preferred to express it through eternal symbolism rather than apologies. Historically, the cult of Artemis was among the most influential in the ancient world. The great temple of Artemis at Ephesus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, stood as a monument to her enduring importance. Pilgrims came from across the Mediterranean to offer sacrifices, seeking her favour in matters of fertility, health, and safety. Even as Greek civilization evolved, Artemis remained beloved, the wild, shining goddess who asked for nothing except respect and absolute adherence to her impossible standards. In the end, Artemis's annoying qualities, her temper, her pride, her contradictions, were precisely what made her divine. She reminded the Greeks that purity could be as dangerous as sin, that ideals without compassion become cruelty. Her myths, for all their severity, reflected a truth about human nature, that the desire to stay uncorrupted often leads to isolation. Artemis wanted the world to be perfect, untouched, tranquil, obedient, and when it wasn't, she shot arrows at it. The Greeks, ever perceptive, saw the lesson behind the lightning. You can't preserve life by freezing it in place. The wild must be allowed to breathe, to change. Even the moon waxes and wanes. So yes, Artemis was beautiful, powerful, and utterly exasperating. She demanded obedience, yet refused to obey. She punished curiosity, but celebrated independence. She was the goddess of the hunt, who never missed a target. Except, perhaps, when the target was her own contradiction still, the Greeks adored her. Because beneath all the rigidity, Artemis was what they longed for, but could never have: perfect freedom, unbothered solitude, and a world that did exactly what she wanted. And if that's not divine hypocrisy, it's at least divine consistency. If the Olympian gods had an official spokesperson, or perhaps a spin doctor, it would be Hermes. He was clever, charming, endlessly talkative, and completely incapable of minding his own business. Hermes was the god of travellers, merchants, thieves, liars, and everyone who thought rules were optional if you were clever enough. In short, he was the divine embodiment of getting away with it. The Greeks imagined him as eternally young, quick-eyed, quick-witted, and quick to leave before anyone could blame him for something. He wore a winged cap and sandals, carried the caduceus, a staff entwined with serpents, and darted between heaven, earth, and the underworld with a speed that would make even modern couriers jealous. If Zeus was the law, Hermes was the loophole. From the very beginning, Hermes showed promise. And by promise, I mean trouble. According to the Homeric hymn to Hermes, he was born in a cave on Mount Cyllene in Arcadia. By midday, he'd invented the lyre. By evening, he'd stolen 50 of Apollo's sacred cattle, not a bad first day. Of course, when Apollo found out, there was a divine confrontation. The trail of hoofprints led straight back to Hermes. Or rather, it didn't, because the newborn trickster had made the cows walk backward to confuse any pursuers. When caught, Hermes denied everything with such charm that even Apollo struggled to stay angry. To make peace, Hermes offered his brother the lyre, an instrument he'd made from a tortoise shell and sheep guts, and the two became fast friends. It's one of those myths that perfectly captures Hermes' spirit. Cause chaos, talk your way out of it, and leave everyone strangely impressed. The Greeks adored him for that. Hermes wasn't just clever, he was adaptable. He could move between worlds, between gods and men, between seriousness and play. In a pantheon full of proud, thunderous figures, Hermes represented wit and flexibility, qualities the Greeks valued as much as brute power. He was the god of the crossroads, the boundary crosser, the one who could talk to mortals without terrifying them. As messenger of the gods, Hermes carried Zeus's decrees to mortals and immortals alike. But unlike other divine envoys, he often edited the message along the way. You can almost imagine him saying, "Father Zeus says," well, something along those lines. He made divine bureaucracy bearable, the first celestial civil servant with a sense of humour. Yet beneath the laughter, Hermes had a serious role. He was the psychopomp, the guide of souls to the underworld. When mortals died, it was Hermes who gently led them to Hades' gates. The Greeks found comfort in that. The idea that the afterlife's journey wasn't taken alone, but with a friendly, familiar companion. Hermes could laugh at life's absurdities, because he also understood its finality. Still, it must be said. For a god associated with boundaries, Hermes had no respect for them whatsoever. He crossed them constantly. He stole, lied, and tricked not out of malice, but because he could once. He snuck into Ares' prison to free the goddess Aphrodite's lover, Adonis. In another tale, he tricked Argus, the 100-eyed watchman, into sleep by telling him endless stories, then promptly chopped off his head, a charming conversationalist, but not one to invite over for bedtime reading. Hermes also had an entrepreneurial streak. He was patron of merchants, which in ancient Greece was a polite way of saying patron of people who haggle, cheat, and profit. Marketplaces often had statues of Hermes marking their boundaries, called herms. Stone pillars with his head and a rather exaggerated feature below the waist. These weren't obscene so much as symbolic. Hermes was fertility in motion, life flowing between all things. In other words, a god of commerce who also happened to be a walking advertisement. The Greeks loved this duality. Hermes wasn't moral or immoral. He was amoral. the divine middleman. In a world where rules were made by powerful gods, Hermes represented the art of surviving them. Sailors prayed to Poseidon to calm the sea, but travellers prayed to Hermes to make sure their coin purse survived the trip. His presence stretched into every corner of Greek life. Shepherds saw him as their protector, thieves their patron, athletes their lucky charm. His speed made him a symbol of competition, and his cunning a model for intelligence. In Athens, festivals called Hermaea celebrated games, feasts, and a general sense of playful mischief, all under his watchful, winking gaze. Historically, his worship was widespread. The Greeks were a trading people, constantly on the move, and Hermes was their companion on every road and sea route. In an age when travel was dangerous and news slow to spread, a god who could carry messages, negotiate, and slip out of trouble was more useful than all the thunderbolts in heaven. But of course, Hermes couldn't resist getting tangled in other gods' business. His charm was irresistible, and his meddling legendary. When Zeus needed a thief, Hermes was his man. When Hera needed someone to deliver bad news to a mortal, Hermes drew the short straw. He was equally at home in palaces and taverns, temples and marketplaces. One of his more peculiar roles came in the story of Pandora. After Prometheus stole fire from the gods, Zeus decided to punish humanity by creating the first woman, beautiful, curious, and dangerous. It was Hermes who gave her the gift of persuasion and deceit. A liar's tongue, Zeus called it approvingly. In other words, Hermes made sure she could talk her way out of trouble, just like him. If there was a single trait that made Hermes truly annoying, and yet oddly lovable, it was his inability to stay serious for more than a minute. He joked his way through crises, talked through silences, and treated every divine decree as a suggestion. Even the solemn world of the underworld couldn't keep him solemn. He's the only Olympian who moved freely between Hades and Olympus. A rare privilege, but one suspects Hades allowed it mostly for the peace and quiet when he left. Philosophically, Hermes embodied the Greek admiration for cunning intelligence, metis. This wasn't raw intelligence, but a practical, adaptive cleverness, knowing when to bend a rule rather than break it. Odysseus, for instance, was often called Hermes-like for his quick wit and ability to talk himself out of disaster. To the Greeks, Hermes' slyness wasn't deceitful. It was necessary life required agility as much as strength. Hermes also had a softer, more human side. He cared for travellers, guided the lost, and occasionally helped mortals escape divine punishment. When Zeus ordered the destruction of Sodom-like mortals in certain myths, it was Hermes who warned the few worthy ones to flee. He could be ruthless one day and compassionate the next, the god of irony and mercy in equal measure. In art, Hermes is rarely still. Sculptors always caught him mid-step, muscles taut, cloak billowing, a moment of motion captured forever. In paintings he often looks amused, as if he knows something the viewer doesn't. And he probably does. It's easy to see why Hermes fascinated the Greeks. He was the god who could make the divine feel human, the cosmic prankster who slipped between truth and lies with a grin. When poets wrote of him, they wrote with affection. Unlike Zeus's arrogance or Ares' fury, Hermes' mischief never felt heavy. He didn't destroy cities or torment mortals for sport. He simply made the universe a little less predictable, and a lot more interesting. So yes, Hermes was exhausting. He talked too much, meddled constantly, and treated divine order like a game. but he also carried messages of hope, ferried souls with kindness, and reminded the Greeks that intelligence, even slippery, rule-bending intelligence, was its own form of survival. He was the god of beginnings, of thresholds, of laughter in serious places, the one who could lie to a god and make him thank him for it, the one who never stopped moving, never stopped talking, and somehow never stopped being loved. And if you ever find yourself explaining away a small mistake, charming your way through a lie, or finding the cleverest possible shortcut, somewhere Hermes is smiling, winged sandals already on, ready to take credit. If Olympus had a gossip column, Aphrodite would appear in every issue, not because she sought attention, but because she effortlessly caused it. The goddess of love and beauty didn't need to shout or throw thunderbolts. All she had to do was smile, and entire kingdoms started making bad decisions. To the Greeks, Aphrodite wasn't just a figure of desire. She was desire itself. The irresistible pull between people, the chaos that follows attraction, the inspiration and the ruin she was, quite literally, the reason mortals started wars and gods broke oaths. And yet, for someone who ruled over love, she caused far more heartbreak than harmony. Her origins, like many divine stories, depend on who you ask. In one version, she's the daughter of Zeus and Dione, respectable enough, though not especially exciting. In another, older and far more scandalous tale, she was born from the sea foam that rose when Cronus threw his father, Uranus's severed parts into the ocean. It's a strange and violent image for the goddess of love, a reminder that beauty in Greek thought often emerged from brutality. From that foam, she stepped ashore fully formed, radiant, serene, and completely aware of the effect she had on everyone who looked at her. The winds carried her to the island of Cyprus, where she became the island's divine patroness. Her temples there would later become famous throughout the ancient world, filled with perfumed smoke, song, and the soft ringing of votive offerings. The gods of Olympus welcomed her, though welcomed might not be the right word. Some sources suggest they panicked beauty that powerful was dangerous. So Zeus, ever the pragmatist, married her off quickly to Hephaestus, the least threatening god he could think of. Lame, kind, and perpetually covered in soot from his forge. It was the divine equivalent of trying to keep a wildfire contained in a bronze pot. It didn't work, of course. Aphrodite's marriage to Hephaestus was one of those arrangements everyone knew about, but pretended not to mention he adored her. She tolerated him. He built her jewelry, palaces, and perhaps the first automated doors in Olympus, but none of it was enough to hold her attention. She was drawn to drama, to intensity, and to Ares, god of war, who was everything Hephaestus wasn't. Loud, impulsive, and permanently shirtless. Their affair became one of the most famous in mythology. They would meet in secret, or so they thought, until Hephaestus caught them in his unbreakable net and called the other gods to witness their humiliation. The male gods roared with laughter. The female gods quietly rolled their eyes. Aphrodite, however, didn't blush or apologize. She simply freed herself, straightened her hair, and carried on as though nothing had happened. You couldn't shame the embodiment of passion. You could only admire her audacity. But Aphrodite's mischief wasn't limited to Olympus. She interfered constantly in mortal affairs, treating human lives as if they were part of some elaborate romantic experiment. She gave love freely, though not always wisely. The most famous of her mortal entanglements began with an apple. At the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, the goddess Eris, not invited for obvious reasons, tossed a golden apple inscribed "to the fairest." Aphrodite, Hera, and Athena immediately began arguing over who deserved it. To settle the matter, Zeus appointed a mortal judge, Paris, a shepherd prince of Troy. Each goddess offered him a bribe. Hera promised power, Athena promised wisdom, and Aphrodite promised him the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris chose Aphrodite, of course, because mortals never think things through. Helen was already married, and Aphrodite, keeping her word, helped Paris steal her away. The result was the Trojan War. 10 years of bloodshed, tragedy, and destroyed cities, all sparked by one goddess's promise. Aphrodite didn't start wars with thunderbolts, she started them with compliments. She wasn't entirely heartless, though. Aphrodite often took pity on lovers she herself had ensnared. When Pygmalion, the sculptor, fell in love with the ivory statue he carved, she brought it to life out of compassion. When the mortal Adonis, her favourite, was killed by a boar, she mourned him so deeply that Zeus allowed him to spend half the year alive again. From his blood, she created the anemone flower, delicate and short-lived, a symbol of beauty and its inevitable passing. Adonis, incidentally, had also attracted the attention of Persephone, queen of the underworld, leading to yet another divine custody battle. Love, it seems, always followed Aphrodite like a wake, tender at first, and then full of collateral damage. To the Greeks, this was the point. Aphrodite wasn't meant to be reasonable. She represented love in its truest, most unsettling form, the force that makes fools of the wise, and heroes of the timid. Her myths weren't moral lessons so much as warnings. Desire can elevate or destroy, but it never leaves you unchanged. Even her symbols carried this tension. The dove, graceful and gentle, stood for affection, the myrtle and rose for beauty. But the seashell, from which she was born, reminded everyone that beneath the softness of foam lies the power of the tide. Love, like the sea, was unpredictable. Her worship was everywhere. In Corinth and Cyprus, temples to Aphrodite stood high above the cities, their altars filled with offerings of perfume, jewelry, and incense. In some places, her cult involved sacred courtesans, women who embodied her divine sensuality, serving as intermediaries between mortal and divine love. To the Greeks, this wasn't shameful but sacred, a recognition that physical affection and spiritual devotion could coexist. But not all depictions of Aphrodite were indulgent philosophers. Like Plato, reimagined her as having two aspects: Aphrodite Pandemos, of the people representing earthly desire, and Aphrodite Urania, celestial, representing pure spiritual love. It was a clever way of saying that the same emotion could elevate or debase, depending on how mortals handled it. Aphrodite, of course, embodied both. For all her grace, she was not above irritation. She punished those who refused her gifts. Hippolytus, the son of Theseus, devoted himself to Artemis and rejected love entirely. Aphrodite, insulted, arranged his downfall. She sent his stepmother Phaedra into forbidden love with him, sparking a tragedy of lies and guilt that ended in death. The message was brutal but clear. You could worship any god you liked, but you could never defy love itself. Even the other gods weren't safe from her influence. Zeus, for all his authority often fell prey to her powers. In the Iliad, he admits, somewhat sheepishly, that Aphrodite's domain is beyond even his control. The Greeks understood this better than anyone. Kingdoms could rise by strength, but they fell just as easily to passion. In art, Aphrodite was perfection. Sculptors gave her soft curves, serene expressions, and that faint half-smile that suggested she knew more than she'd ever tell. The Aphrodite of Cnidos, by Praxiteles, was the first major nude statue of a goddess, a masterpiece so lifelike that one admirer reportedly fell in love with it. Even centuries later, Roman artists reimagined her as Venus, patroness of beauty and empire, a goddess whose charm could conquer nations as surely as any sword. And yet, behind the marble calm, there's something faintly weary about Aphrodite's myths. She never keeps what she creates. Love blooms, burns and fades. Beauty stirs longing, and longing breeds loss. She is the eternal spark, never the steady flame. Perhaps that's why she meddled so constantly. To feel adored, even briefly, was her own form of immortality. So yes, Aphrodite was manipulative, self-absorbed, and occasionally catastrophic. But she was also vital. Without her, Greek mythology would be little more than thunder and blood. She brought colour to the clouds, chaos to order, and warmth to a world ruled by temperamental immortals. The Greeks may have laughed at her vanity, but they never doubted her power, because in the end, everyone, even gods, bowed to Aphrodite. And if she happened to ruin a few kingdoms along the way, well, that was simply love doing what love does best, making fools of us all. If Olympus ever had an after-party, Dionysus would host it. Barefoot, wine in hand, halfway between genius and disaster. He was the god of wine, madness, theatre, and everything that happens when people decide just one more cup. To the Greeks, he was both delightful and dangerous, a reminder that joy and chaos are rarely more than a sip apart. Dionysus didn't fit neatly into Olympus's pecking order. He was younger than the others, a latecomer who had to earn his divine seat. While Zeus thundered, Hera schemed, and Apollo preened, Dionysus danced through vineyards, forests, and city streets, followed by a chorus of wild women and tipsy satyrs. He was freedom personified, ecstatic, emotional, and profoundly inconvenient to anyone trying to maintain order. And yet, for all his mischief, Dionysus wasn't just about drunken revelry. He represented something deeper, a divine loosening of the world's tight seams, the sacred madness that makes life bearable. He was the laughter after grief, the tears after laughter, the breaking point that becomes release. In short, he was what the Greeks called ecstasis, stepping outside oneself. His origins, appropriately, are confusing. Some say he was the son of Zeus and the mortal Semele. Others say he came from Persephone herself. But the most famous version begins with tragedy, which, given that he's the god of theatre, feels poetic. Zeus fell in love with Semele, a Theban princess. When Hera found out, as she always did, she disguised herself as an old woman and convinced Semele to ask Zeus to reveal himself in his full divine form. Zeus, bound by oath, did so, and Semele was instantly burned to ash by his lightning. But in a rare moment of quick thinking, Zeus saved their unborn child, sewing him into his own thigh until he was ready to be born. And so Dionysus entered the world twice, first from his mortal mother, then from his father's leg. If nothing else, it explains a lot about his personality. Even as an infant, Dionysus made Olympus nervous. He blurred every line between mortal and divine, male and female, joy and madness. To hide him from Hera's jealousy, Zeus sent him away to be raised by nymphs on Mount Nysa there. Among ivy and vines, he learned the art of fermentation, how the sweetness of grapes could turn, with time and patience, into intoxication. It was both miracle and metaphor. Beauty transformed into something wild. When he grew older, Dionysus wandered the earth, spreading the gift of wine and the art of celebration, but not everyone appreciated it. Many kings saw his ecstatic followers, the Maenads, as a threat to order. And, to be fair, they weren't wrong. The Maenads were women who left their homes to dance in frenzied devotion to the god, their hair loose, their voices wild, their joy untamed. They embodied everything polite society feared: female independence, emotional release, and ungovernable passion. The most famous to defy him was King Pentheus of Thebes, whose story became the core of Euripides' tragedy, the Bacchae. Pentheus mocked Dionysus and his cult, calling it a drunken scandal. So Dionysus, disguised as a mortal, calmly lured him into spying on one of his own festivals. When Pentheus climbed a tree to observe the wild women, Dionysus whispered madness into their minds. They saw the king as a lion and tore him to pieces. It's an unsettling tale, even by Greek standards, but it reveals something vital about Dionysus. His power wasn't brute force, but surrender he didn't conquer. He converted. Those who resisted him went mad. Those who accepted him found liberation. His followers were both blessed and dangerous, their ecstasy blurring the line between devotion and delirium. Dionysus's gift, and his curse, was to remind humanity that repression has limits. The Greeks, for all their order and logic, understood that emotion couldn't be buried forever, so they made space for him in their calendar. Festivals of music, theatre, and wine where people could let go safely. The city Dionysia in Athens, for instance, was not merely a drinking party. It was a sacred event where playwrights presented tragedies and comedies to honour him. Out of Dionysus's wildness came art, drama itself, born from ritual and catharsis. The audience wept, laughed, reflected, and in doing so participated in something divine. It's quite something, the god of chaos responsible for the invention of structure. Yet Dionysus himself was never quite structured. He wandered constantly, gathering a strange entourage, satyrs with goat legs and too much energy, Silenus, the perpetually drunk tutor, and mortal women who danced until dawn. Wherever he went, vines sprouted, wine flowed, and inhibitions vanished. And though his festivals looked like chaos, they often restored balance. After months of toil and restraint, the people could finally breathe, sing, and remember they were alive. Still, not everyone survived his hospitality. When King Lycurgus of Thrace tried to ban Dionysus's rites, the god retaliated with madness. Lycurgus attacked his own son, believing him a vine, and the land itself became barren. Resistance in Dionysus's world wasn't just foolish, it was fatal. The Greeks saw this as cosmic justice. Deny joy, and the world dies a little with you. There was, however, a softer side to Dionysus that often gets overlooked. He wasn't just the god of drunken abandon, he was also the god of compassion, of empathy born from shared experience. Having suffered, been exiled, and even descended into the underworld to rescue his mother, he understood mortality in a way few gods did. He wept easily, forgave often, and welcomed outsiders women, slaves, foreigners into his circle. In a pantheon obsessed with hierarchy, Dionysus was the divine democrat. His arrival on Olympus wasn't smooth either. Some of the older gods considered him too mortal, too undignified, but Zeus insisted, declaring him fully divine. In art, he's often shown reclined among the gods, wine cup in hand, smiling faintly. The eternal reminder that even Olympus needs to relax sometimes. The Greeks associated Dionysus with both life and death. Wine symbolized not just pleasure, but transformation, the cycle of fermentation, decay, and renewal. He was the only Olympian to move freely between the living and the dead, a bridge between joy and mourning. In mystery cults, particularly in Orphism, initiates believed that by following Dionysus, they could transcend mortal suffering and achieve rebirth. His madness, they said, wasn't insanity, it was enlightenment. Historically, his worship spread far beyond Greece, to Asia Minor, Egypt, and even India, according to myth. Some scholars think Dionysus may have started as a foreign god adopted into Greek religion, which fits perfectly. He was always the outsider who became indispensable. In art, Dionysus is unlike any other god. Early depictions show him as a bearded man, strong, solemn, crowned with ivy. Later, he becomes youthful, almost androgynous, graceful, languid, serene. This transformation mirrored his dual nature, both masculine and feminine, both destroyer and creator. Even his followers blurred boundaries, half men, half beasts, drunk and divine all at once. To the Greeks, he was a paradox that made sense. Apollo's reason and light ruled the day, but Dionysus's passion and shadow ruled the night. Together, they balanced human nature, logic and emotion, intellect and instinct. Ignore one, and you invite madness. Embrace both, and you might just find harmony. So, yes, Dionysus was loud, unpredictable, and probably terrible at keeping quiet in temples. But he was also kind, forgiving, and profoundly human. He taught the Greeks that joy wasn't frivolous. It was sacred. That tears and laughter, wine and wisdom could spring from the same cup. He was the god of contradictions, the one who refused to calm down, because he understood that calm without passion is just another kind of death. And so, when the ancient world drank, sang, and danced under the stars, they weren't just escaping life, they were celebrating it. Because somewhere, invisible among the ivy and the drums, Dionysus was smiling, delighted, as ever, to see mortals remembering the most divine truth of all. That chaos, when embraced, can be its own form of peace. Let us begin, as all good stories ought to begin, with a mountain at dusk. Not just any mountain, mind you, Mount Olympus, the divine residence of the gods, where the clouds gather like courtly drapery and the air smells faintly of ambrosia, and perhaps, on occasion, burnt offerings wafting up from the mortal world far below. It stands tall and regal on the northern frontier of ancient Greece, its summit so often hidden by mist that it seemed only natural to assume someone or something must be living up there. In truth, Olympus is a very real mountain, the highest in Greece actually, rising to just under 10,000 feet. But to the ancient Greeks, it wasn't merely a collection of rocks and ridges. No, it was sacred geography. It was the celestial seat of power, draped in ever-changing light and ever-watchful silence. They saw it not as something to be climbed, but to be revered. A divine penthouse, if you like, with rather exclusive tenants. And those tenants are, yes, the Olympians. 12 gods and goddesses, give or take a few, depending on which myth you believe, and how generous you're feeling with seating arrangements. Together, they form the core of the ancient Greek pantheon. Capricious, passionate, thunderous, petty, brilliant. And they were worshipped, feared, and occasionally gossiped about for centuries. Quite like celebrities, really. If celebrities could hurl lightning and turn people into olive trees. But before we meet them individually, let's linger a little on the setting. For it's twilight on Olympus, the hour when the golden light fades gently behind marble colonnades and divine banquets are just beginning. Imagine wide halls gleaming with polished stone, lyres playing softly in the background, and long tables groaning with impossible fruits, cheeses aged by the winds of prophecy, and wines so potent they'd make a satyr weep with joy. This is no place of solemnity. Olympus, in myth, was vibrant, divine, occasionally chaotic, like a very large dysfunctional family gathering with a healthy sprinkling of immortality and magical livestock. The kind of place where someone is always playing a harp, and someone else is always dramatically storming out. Now, if you're imagining marble floors and ionic columns, you're not entirely off base, but don't expect a neatly catalogued palace blueprint. The earliest Greek poets, Homer and Hesiod, speak of radiant halls and cloud gates, but they weren't exactly architectural draftsmen. What we're given is a suggestion of immense beauty, shimmering materials, and eternal comfort. Halls of bronze and gold, courtyards paved with sunlight, feasts that never end, and fountains that sing. It's less of a building and more of a heavenly ambience. And what's a good ambience without a menu? You'll be pleased to know the gods dined rather well. Their diet consisted primarily of two things: ambrosia and nectar. Not to be confused with a posh London cafe. Ambrosia was said to be the food of immortality. What it actually tasted like depends on the source. Some say honeyed bread, others a kind of fragrant perfume you absorbed through your very essence, which frankly sounds more like skincare than a starter. Nectar, its liquid companion, flowed like sunlight in a chalice, served in cups of gold, and kept everyone in a perpetually divine state of health, youth, and likely a mild buzz. The gods didn't age. They didn't get ill. They didn't suffer the usual indignities of mortal life, apart from emotional outbursts, which, if anything, they had in abundance. The divine lifestyle was not without its duties, however. Each god had a portfolio, so to speak. Zeus, for example, handled thunderstorms, law, and infidelity. Poseidon had dominion over the sea, earthquakes, and moody tridents. Athena took care of wisdom, war strategy, and glowering from behind shields. Each Olympian had their domain, and while some took their roles seriously, others used them as an excuse to meddle in mortal affairs or skip staff meetings altogether. One might imagine that a day on Olympus involved quite a lot of sitting around looking powerful, which, to be fair, it probably did. But it also meant making decisions. Would a hero succeed in his quest? Would a city be blessed with rain, or buried under ash? Would a mortal's prayer be answered or ignored? The gods were not bound by logic. They were divine after all, and if they seemed inconsistent, well, that was rather the point. The world was unpredictable, and so were its rulers. From their cloud-wrapped thrones, the gods watched mortals go about their business with varying degrees of interest. They observed, they judged, They laughed, they wept occasionally, and sometimes they interfered, often dramatically. The line between gods and mortals, you see, was not quite so firm in ancient Greek thought. The gods were not distant deities, unreachable and abstract. They were near, familiar, emotionally turbulent. They could take human form, walk among us, fall in love, or lust more often, and produce heroes with a knack for slaying monsters and starting wars. Their children became demigods, whose lives were extraordinary but seldom long. But Olympus itself was different. It was the place the gods returned to, a safe haven above the chaos of the world. Imagine, if you will, the moment after a storm, the clouds parting, a golden glow returning, and silence falling over the peaks. That was Olympus. Not a realm of perfection, but of divine pause. The only real constant in a world where nothing else lasted. Now, about the company kept on this mountain top. We often refer to the 12 Olympians, but the list wasn't entirely fixed. It usually included Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, and either Dionysus or Hestia. Poor Hestia was occasionally bumped from the guest list, despite being the goddess of the hearth. One assumes she didn't mind. She always struck me as someone who preferred a quiet evening by the fire to a thunderbolt measuring contest between brothers. Each god brought something unique to the table. Apollo, radiant and polished, never without his lyre or a cryptic prophecy. Artemis, watchful and swift, ever elusive beneath the trees. Ares, brawny and brash, the kind of guest who eats all the olives and breaks the furniture. Aphrodite, all soft glances and dangerously persuasive silences. And Hermes, that wily trickster with a grin that said he'd already stolen your sandals. They were gods, yes, but unmistakably human in spirit. That was the genius of Greek mythology. Its divinities reflected us in all our glittering flaws. The Greeks built temples to honour them, yes, magnificent columns rising toward the sky, sanctuaries thick with incense and prayer, but they also told stories. Myths passed from lips to ears, campfires to amphitheatres. Stories of love, betrayal, pride, revenge. Stories that taught, warned, entertained. Olympus was not just a place above the clouds. It was a theatre stage, a family drama, a mirror of the human soul raised to cosmic scale. And what of the mortals who gazed up toward the summit? They knew they would never see its peak. Olympus was shrouded not just in clouds, but in mystery. No human was meant to reach it, not really. Those who tried, like the Titan Atlas, who bore the sky on his back, often paid dearly for their ambition. Olympus was a place of dreams. It was not for climbing, it was for imagining. And imagine it they did, the poets especially. Homer, in his Iliad and Odyssey, filled Olympus with radiant halls and divine disputes. Hesiod gave it grandeur, genealogy, structure. Later playwrights gave it irony, philosophers gave it doubt, but always Olympus remained, serene, glowing, gently aloof. Today, the mountain still stands. People hike it now, of course, in sturdy boots with trail mix and GPS. They reach the summit and see the land stretch far in all directions. The Aegean in the distance, fields below like faded mosaics. But they do not find temples, only wind and sky, and the sense of something ancient watching quietly. The gods may not live there anymore, but their stories linger in the air. And perhaps, as the sun sets over the crags and shadows pool like old wine, one might close their eyes and hear, faintly, the sound of laughter carried on the breeze, a harp, a voice, a divine footstep, something not entirely gone. So let us leave Olympus now, with a gentle step and a quiet heart. The gods are at their table, the torches are lit, and the stars have begun to shimmer above their golden halls. Sleep well, traveller, you're in good company now. We begin tonight with the sound of distant thunder. Not the kind that announces a storm, mind you. No, this one rolls in slow and steady, like a drumbeat from the heavens, accompanied by a flicker of lightning that's more theatrical than threatening. You see, when Zeus makes an entrance, he does enjoy a bit of atmosphere. Zeus, king of the gods, ruler of Olympus, lord of thunder, rain, and the celestial order, and, incidentally, one of the most complicated family men in all of mythology, which, considering his company, is really saying something. But let's not start with his scandals just yet. First, let us imagine him as the Greeks once did, seated high on his throne atop Olympus, robed in flowing white and gold, a sceptre in one hand, a thunderbolt in the other, and an expression that oscillates somewhere between stern authority and amused distraction. Around him, the air hums with power. He is not just a king. He is the very embodiment of law, order, and cosmic balance, most of the time. Zeus did not inherit Olympus by luck. His story begins in the deep past, long before there were temples, poets, or polite prayer. Born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea, Zeus was the youngest of 6 children, and the only one not immediately swallowed at birth. Yes, swallowed. Cronus, their father, had a nasty habit of eating his offspring to avoid being overthrown. It's the sort of parenting style that usually lands one on a watch list. But Rhea, the clever mother that she was, spirited baby Zeus away and tricked Cronus with a swaddled rock, which he, rather embarrassingly, swallowed whole. Meanwhile, Zeus grew up hidden in a cave on the island of Crete, raised by nymphs, suckled by a magical goat, and protected by divine warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. A rather noisy nursery, but effective nonetheless. When Zeus came of age, he did what any ambitious son of prophecy might do. He returned, tricked Cronus into disgorging his siblings, and led a divine rebellion known as the Titanomachy. For 10 years, the younger gods, the Olympians, battled the old order, until Zeus hurled the final thunderbolt and sealed their victory. The Titans were cast into Tartarus, a sort of godly oubliette, and Olympus was claimed. This, then, was how Zeus became king. Not by birthright, but by cleverness, courage, and, it must be said, a knack for dramatic timing. As king, Zeus wasn't merely a figurehead. He governed the skies, yes, but also oaths, hospitality, and justice. If someone broke a sacred promise, it was Zeus they feared. If a stranger arrived at your door, you offered them food and drink in Zeus's name. He was, in many ways, the god of social glue, the one who held things together, even if his own household was often teetering on the brink. Now, if you'll forgive a brief aside, no discussion of Zeus is complete without addressing the, shall we say, romantic entanglements. Zeus, it must be admitted, had a wandering eye, and foot, and the occasional animal disguise. His liaisons with mortal women, and quite a few goddesses, form a veritable catalogue of ancient myths. Sometimes he approached them in the form of a handsome man, other times as a swan, a bull, a shower of golden light. Whatever works, I suppose. These unions produced many of the great heroes of Greek mythology. Heracles, Perseus, Helen of Troy, Minos, and so on. Each was born of a different woman, each destined for a different path, and each a small stitch in the grand tapestry of Zeus's legacy, though perhaps not the sort of legacy Hera, his wife, had in mind. Ah yes, Hera, queen of the gods, goddess of marriage, and long-suffering spouse of the most prolific philanderer in Olympus. Their marriage, as immortal as it was, would not be described as tranquil. Hera was dignified, intelligent, and ferociously proud. Zeus, for his part, loved her, in his own way, but that didn't stop him from repeatedly testing the limits of her patience. If you've ever attended a family dinner where no one mentions the elephant in the room, and then Zeus turns into that elephant, well, you begin to get the idea. Their quarrels were the stuff of legend. Sometimes Hera would attempt to outwit or even overthrow her husband. Once, she orchestrated a rebellion among the Olympians, and Zeus had to be rescued by a 100-armed giant named Briareus. Another time, he suspended her from the sky by golden chains as punishment. Not his finest moment, to be sure. But always they reconciled, or at least reached a détente. Immortality is a long time, after all. One does get used to things. Yet Zeus's story is not all mischief and lightning. He was also the arbiter of cosmic balance. When mortals committed crimes or acted with hubris, that dangerous blend of arrogance and defiance, it was Zeus who issued judgment. He sent omens. He dispatched the Furies. He struck down the proud. But he also rewarded virtue. He upheld the sacred bonds of guest and host. And he listened to prayer. The Greeks saw him as the great anchor of divine authority. His image adorned temples, coins, and statues across the ancient world. In Olympia, a colossal gold and ivory statue of Zeus sat within the grand temple, crafted by the sculptor Phidias, and counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world. He was not merely a myth. He was a cultural cornerstone. And yet, there's something very human about him, isn't there? For all his thunderbolts and grandeur, Zeus often behaved like an exasperated father trying to keep a house full of eccentric children from setting the curtains on fire. He meddled in Trojan politics. He weighed the fates of heroes in battle. He tried, often in vain, to maintain order on Olympus. It was a divine soap opera, and Zeus was both director and reluctant lead. He could be merciful, forgiving Prometheus, for instance, after centuries of punishment for stealing fire for mankind. And he could be vengeful, as when he flooded the earth to cleanse it of human wickedness. But above all, Zeus was consistent in one regard. He reminded mortals of the limits of their reach. In the myths, those who challenged him, whether giants or kings, almost always fell. Not because Zeus hated them, necessarily, but because the natural order had to be preserved. And order was what Zeus valued most. In the post-Titan world, the universe was no longer chaos and darkness. It had rhythm, seasons, laws. The stars wheeled in the sky. The rains came and went. Cities rose and fell, but the heavens endured. And somewhere, high above, Zeus watched it all. Now it's easy to imagine him as simply a tyrant with a thunderbolt, but I prefer to think of him as something more complex. A divine figure who carried the weight of the world's unpredictability on his shoulders. One who stood between the realm of mortals and the unknown beyond. One who roared and wept and raged, not because he was cruel, but because the world was full of choices, and none of them ever simple. Even the gods had their burdens. So when we picture him, let it be not only with power in his gaze, but with weariness behind it. For though he was the king, his rule was never quiet. There was always a new hero to watch, a new war to judge, a new prophecy to ponder. And all the while the wind shifted, the clouds gathered, and somewhere down below a poet whispered his name. Tonight the thunder is distant, the skies are calm. Zeus reclines in his hall, the firelight glinting off his crown, and the world, for the moment, is at peace. The stars blink overhead like ancient eyes, and the mountain breathes its slow, eternal rhythm. Sleep now. You are under the watchful gaze of the King of Olympus, and he is feeling merciful tonight. Settle in now. The lamps are low, the fire is quiet, and tonight we turn our attention to Hera, Queen of the Gods. You've already met her husband Zeus in all his thunder-tossing, shape-shifting glory. But Hera is something quite different. Not a ruler of the skies, not a wielder of storms or prophecies, but the quiet and steady heart of Olympus. And, on more than one occasion, the source of a sharp look that could turn a lesser deity into stone, or at the very least send them scuttling off to a minor temple in Thessaly. She was, and remains, the goddess of marriage, of women, of childbirth, and of regal dignity. But Hera is not merely domestic. She is not gentle in the way springtime is gentle. She is fierce, enduring, intelligent, and more than capable of making her displeasure known, particularly when it concerns the many, many indiscretions of her husband. But we'll get to that in good time. First, let us begin at the beginning, at her birth, long before Olympus was even built. Hera was born to the Titans, Cronus and Rhea. Yes, that same Cronus who had a rather troubling habit of swallowing his children whole. Hera, like her siblings Hestia, Demeter, Hades and Poseidon, vanished into the belly of her father until Zeus, the youngest and savviest of the lot, rescued them all. One does not typically think of rebirth as an act of digestion, but mythology rarely bothers with subtlety. When Zeus freed his siblings and overthrew the old order, Hera emerged into the world anew. Though younger than her brother husband, yes, mythology is like that, she quickly established herself not just as his consort, but as his equal in divine authority. She was not merely Zeus's wife, she was the Queen of Olympus, crowned in her own right. And how did they meet? Well, Zeus, naturally, pursued her with all the subtlety of a lightning storm. But Hera, clever and cautious, was not so easily impressed. She resisted his advances, holding him at bay until he employed one of his more peculiar courtship strategies. Disguising himself as a helpless cuckoo bird, he flung himself into her lap, trembling and pitiful. Touched by pity, she cradled the bird, at which point he transformed back into himself, and, in classic divine fashion, took her by surprise. It's not exactly romantic by modern standards, but in the mythological world it was practically a sonnet. Their marriage, however, was far from idyllic. Hera, the goddess of marriage itself, found herself bound to a husband whose fidelity was about as stable as a chariot with one wheel. Zeus's dalliances with mortal women, nymphs, and even other goddesses became the stuff of legend and tragedy. Each time he strayed, Hera's response was not silence or resignation. It was vengeance, measured, precise, and often deeply poetic. But let us be fair. Hera's anger wasn't blind rage. It was rooted in dignity, in a deep sense of what was proper, sacred, and just. She did not lash out without cause. When she punished, she did so with the calm certainty of a queen upholding order in a realm that seemed determined to unravel. Consider, for instance, the tale of Io, a mortal priestess whom Zeus fancied. When Hera came sniffing around, Zeus panicked and turned Io into a white cow. Hera, of course, saw right through this bovine charade. She accepted the cow as a gift, ever so graciously, and appointed Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. Not the subtlest move, but effective. Zeus, desperate, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with stories and music. And once all 100 eyes had closed, Hermes dispatched him. Hera was furious. She retrieved the cowgirl Io and placed Argus's many eyes onto the tail of her sacred bird, the peacock, a detail that endures in the bird's plumage to this day. That's the thing about Hera. She didn't forget. She memorialized. She took insults and carved them into the stars, into feathers, into stone. Not out of spite, but out of principle. Her world was order, and when it was disrupted, she responded accordingly. Another tale, this one involving Heracles, one of Zeus's many sons by another woman. Hera hated him from the moment he drew breath. She sent serpents into his cradle. She drove him to madness. She placed obstacles in his path at every turn. And yet, in an irony almost too perfect, it was Heracles, after his death, who was welcomed into Olympus and reconciled with Hera, even marrying her daughter Hebe. One imagines the family dinners were tense, but Hera was not merely an angry wife. That's a simplification, and an unfair one. She was the goddess to whom women prayed for safe childbirth, for a stable home, for the sacred bond of marriage to hold firm. She was protector and patroness of queens. Her temples were among the most splendid in Greece, particularly the great Heraion near Argos, where priestesses performed elaborate rituals and dedicated their lives to her service. She was also embodiment of regal poise. When Homer describes her in the Iliad, it's with a kind of awed reverence. Tall, proud, golden-eyed. She rides in a chariot pulled by peacocks, wears a crown that gleams with the fire of heaven, and speaks with a voice that can silence a room full of immortals. Even Zeus, for all his bluster, knew when to tread carefully around Hera. Their marriage, for all its strife, was also a political bond, a symbol of cosmic balance. Zeus representing raw power and law, and Hera representing loyalty, structure, and sacred tradition. Together they ruled not just Olympus, but the framework of the Greek cosmos. Their quarrels were myth, yes, but they also reflected the eternal struggle between freedom and fidelity, chaos and order, impulse and restraint. To worship Hera was not to adore gentleness. It was to honour strength wrapped in dignity. It was to recognise that the world needs not just storms, but boundaries. That love is not always sweet. Sometimes it is fierce, wounded, enduring. Sometimes it clenches its jaw and carries on for the sake of something larger than the self. She had her moments of compassion too. She aided Jason and the Argonauts. She watched over women in labour. She lent power to those who upheld justice. In some myths, she is a maternal figure, not soft, but solid. The kind of mother who might not kiss your scrapes, but who would stand between you and a charging bull without flinching. In art, she is nearly always majestic, seated on a throne, a sceptre in one hand, a lotus-tipped staff, or a pomegranate in the other. The pomegranate, as you might recall, being a symbol of fertility and the cycle of life, one that appears frequently in ancient depictions of divine queenship. Her sacred animals, beyond the peacock, include the cow, not merely for its docility, but for its association with nurturing and steadfastness. There's a reason the Romans called her Juno, and made her the chief goddess of their pantheon. Hera's archetype, the divine matron, both feared and revered, echoes across countless cultures. She is not a goddess who fades with time. She is one who endures it. And so we imagine her now, seated in her radiant hall, high above the clouds, the golden light of Olympus falling across her brow. The peacocks shuffle softly at her feet. The fires crackle low. A divine scroll rests beside her, perhaps a new list of grievances, or a wedding invitation, or both. The gods around her quarrel and bicker, laugh and sulk, but Hera remains still, watchful. She does not always speak first, but when she does, Olympus listens. Tonight, her gaze is calm. Her court is quiet. Somewhere in the mortal world, a marriage is made, a child is born, a vow is kept, and the Queen of the Heavens for once is at peace. Sleep now, traveller. You rest beneath her watchful eyes, and she never forgets. The sea, even now, holds a kind of ancient silence, a deep, breathing presence beneath the surface, never quite still, never fully asleep. And in that timeless blue, long before sailors traced constellations or merchants dreamed of distant shores, the Greeks believed something older stirred, something powerful, proud, and on occasion rather moody. Poseidon, brother to Zeus and Hades, god of the sea, earthquakes, horses, and, quite notably, grudges. While Zeus ruled the skies and Hades reigned below, Poseidon claimed everything that foamed, surged, churned, and crashed. The sea, after all, was not merely water to the ancient Greeks. It was a force, a frontier, a mystery. And Poseidon was its sovereign. Imagine him now, tall, muscular, bearded like a storm-beaten king, hair tangled with salt and seaweed, his trident gleaming with the wet glint of dawn tides. He does not float above the clouds like his brother. He rides the crests of waves, pulled by hippocamps, those mythical seahorses with hooves of foam and manes like river reeds. When he speaks, it's with the low rumble of tectonic plates shifting beneath your feet. He is the voice of the ocean floor, old, rumbling, and not particularly patient. His realm is vast, not only the sea itself, but every inlet, spring, and underground stream. Sailors prayed to him before journeys. Fishermen whispered his name over their nets. Even those on dry land, far from the coast, feared his wrath. Earthquakes, which the Greeks called Poseidon shaking the ground, were seen as his doing. You may recall, he's not the type to knock politely when displeased. Like his brothers, Poseidon's origin begins in darkness, swallowed, like the rest of his siblings, by Cronus, then freed by Zeus. After the Titanomachy, the war against the old gods, the world was divided. Zeus took the sky, Hades took the underworld. Poseidon was given the sea, not as a consolation prize, mind you, but as a dominion equal in majesty and terror. And to be fair, it rather suited him. Poseidon's nature was not, shall we say, consistent. Some days he was beneficent, the god who granted calm winds, guided ships safely home, and coaxed fresh water from dry earth. Other times, not so much. He could whip the sea into a frenzy, send monstrous waves toward unsuspecting shores, and summon sea beasts large enough to snack on entire cities. He was not cruel, simply temperamental. The sea, after all, is both giver and taker, and so was he. One of his more famous tempers was directed at a city we now know as Athens. You see, Poseidon and his niece Athena both wished to become its patron deity. The gods proposed a contest. Each would present a gift, and the people would choose which god to honour. Poseidon struck the earth with his trident and produced a spring. Though awkwardly, it was salt water, which isn't terribly helpful inland. Athena, meanwhile, offered the olive tree, a symbol of peace, prosperity, and rather useful for cooking. The Athenians, ever practical, chose her. Poseidon, in classic form, did not take the loss well. He flooded parts of the land in retaliation, and though things eventually settled, it was clear losing was not something he tolerated gracefully. His relationships, like his tempers, were turbulent. He married a sea goddess named Amphitrite, one of the 50 Nereids. She initially fled his courtship, which involved a fair bit of chasing and the help of a dolphin. Yes, really. But eventually she relented, and they settled into what was, by Olympian standards, a relatively stable marriage. Their son Triton was half man, half fish, and often depicted blowing a conch shell to calm or summon the waves. That said, Poseidon was not the most faithful of husbands. His list of lovers and offspring rivals that of Zeus, and includes mortals, nymphs, and even creatures of his own making. His most famous children include the winged horse Pegasus, born from Medusa's severed neck after Poseidon, rather undiplomatically, had pursued her in Athena's temple. There's also Polyphemus, the Cyclops, who rather famously got on the wrong side of Odysseus. But more on that later. Poseidon's power was vast, but it was not always respected, especially by heroes who ought to have known better. Take Odysseus, for example. After blinding Polyphemus during his long journey home from Troy, he made the fatal error of taunting the Cyclops, whose father, of course, was Poseidon. This turned what should have been a 10-day voyage into a 10-year epic filled with shipwrecks, sirens, and sulking gods. The lesson? Never anger the man who controls your travel plans. Yet Poseidon was also a builder. He helped construct the walls of Troy, though when the king refused to pay him properly, Poseidon ensured the city would one day fall. Again, we return to the theme of divine memory. The Olympians, especially Poseidon, had long memories, and an even longer sense of justice when they felt slighted. Worship of Poseidon was widespread in coastal regions. The Isthmus of Corinth housed one of his major temples, a grand structure where sailors and seagoers offered sacrifices for safe passage. Horses were sacred to him, not just sea horses, but earthly ones too. He was said to have created the first horse, striking the earth with his trident. In some myths, he's even credited with teaching humanity how to harness their strength. A reminder that Poseidon, though wild, could be generous when honoured properly. But the sea is not merely geography. To the Greeks, it was a living presence. It connected lands, carried myths, swallowed empires. And Poseidon was its voice, never entirely predictable, but always aware. His temples stood open to the wind. His statues looked outward toward the horizon. The sea was his, and so was the space between. He was also deeply involved in the origin stories of many islands. Greek mythology is filled with accounts of Poseidon raising lands from the sea, or smashing them in fits of wrath. The island of Delos, sacred to Apollo and Artemis, was said to have once floated freely across the Aegean until Poseidon anchored it in place. There were times, too, when he struck land into being, new shores rising in tribute to his power. In festivals, Poseidon's worshippers did not always offer their prayers in gentle tones. Sacrifices were often made with a mix of fear and reverence. At some coastal sites, entire horses were driven into the sea as offerings, not out of cruelty, but because Poseidon's hunger was thought to match the size of his domain. He was not a half-god, not a tender god. He was primal, elemental. Even the Romans, who called him Neptune, retained this vision of a forceful, ocean-bound deity. His image persisted through empires, carved into stone, etched into coins, guiding ships long after belief in him had faded. The sea, after all, does not forget its god so easily. We imagine him now in his underwater palace, made of coral and pearl, the walls shimmering with light filtered through leagues of ocean. Sea nymphs glide past like shadows. Triton's conch echoes faintly through distant caverns. Poseidon himself sits upon a throne of stone and shell, gazing out across his domain, silent but not still, never still. He does not speak often, but when he does, the waters respond. Perhaps he watches the mortals sailing above, their sails full of borrowed wind, their ships no more than fragile bones upon the deep. Perhaps he lets them pass. Or perhaps he sends a gentle ripple, just a reminder that he is there. Not cruel, this god, but not forgetful. He embodies the sea, vast, mercurial, essential. A god of storms and silences alike. And for the Greeks, he was not to be loved blindly, but respected absolutely. So tonight, as you drift toward dreams, let the rhythm of waves soothe your mind. The ocean has its stories, old and echoing, and far beneath Poseidon rests, not sleeping but listening. Sleep well now. The sea is calm tonight, and he allows it. Beneath the world we know, beneath the mountain roots and the drifting ocean floor, there lies a place older than memory, darker than night, and stiller than time. It is not a place of fire, though later ages would say so. Nor is it a prison. It is simply what comes next. The Greeks called it the underworld, and at its quiet centre sits Hades, god of the dead. Hades, the eldest son of Cronus and Rhea, did not rule Olympus. He did not hurl thunder or stir the seas. His power did not flash. It endured. When the world was divided among the three brothers after the defeat of the Titans, Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, without protest, accepted the land beneath the earth. Some say he was unlucky. Others say he chose it. In truth, Hades never needed spectacle to be sovereign. He simply was. He is a god of silence, not absence, not cruelty, silence. In myth, he rarely shouts or boasts. He acts with measure, with weight. Mortals feared him, yes, but they also respected him. Not because he brought death, he did not, but because he received it. Because all roads in time lead to him. His realm is vast, layered like the roots of a great tree. The dead come by way of Hermes, who guides them gently down. At the threshold waits Charon, the ferryman, demanding his coin. It was for this reason that Greeks placed obols in the mouths of their dead. To be caught without payment meant wandering the shores of the Styx forever, unheard and unmourned. And the Styx is only one of many rivers. There is the Acheron, river of pain, the Cocytus, river of lamentation, the Phlegethon, which burns without consuming, and Lethe, river of forgetfulness, whose waters wash the mind to sleep. Each river marks a passage, not just in distance, but in meaning. They do not flow through geography. They flow through memory, through fear, through hope. the dead are judged by three ancient kings, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Most souls go to the asphodel meadows, where they drift in a dreamless peace, unremarkable, undisturbed. A few, the wicked, descend to Tartarus, the deepest pit where punishment suits the crime, and a rare few, the most noble, ascend to the Elysian fields, a place of music, sunlight, and soft breezes, where even in death the good may breathe freely. This realm is Hades' charge. He governs it not with fire, but with order. He is not cruel, he is not kind. He simply ensures that what must be, is, that every soul is received, remembered, and placed. There is dignity in that, and yet despite this, he is often misunderstood. In art and story, he is sometimes mistaken for the villain, perhaps because death itself is feared, and he is its face. But Hades is no more evil than gravity. He does not hunt souls. He does not tempt or torment. He rules patiently and perpetually over the inevitable. His most famous myth, of course, is that of Persephone. The tale begins in sunlight, with flowers. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest, was picking blooms in a field when the earth opened. Hades rose in his chariot of obsidian and took her, down, down, beneath the roots of the world. Demeter searched the earth, refusing to let crops grow until her daughter was returned. And so, at last, a compromise was made. Persephone would spend part of the year above with her mother, and part below with her husband. Thus came the seasons. Spring and summer for joy, autumn and winter for mourning. Was it love? Was it power? The myths differ. But in the underworld, Persephone became queen. Not a captive, not merely a consort, but a ruler in her own right. She sat beside Hades, not behind him. She guided the dead, past judgment, tended the pale gardens of the shades. And Hades? He did not rage. He did not betray. In all the stories, he is perhaps the only god who does not cheat, who does not stray. His realm was enough. His crown was enough. His queen was enough. He is often called Ploton, the rich one, for all things beneath the earth belong to him. Gold, silver, precious stones, seeds in the soil. From him come not only endings, but beginnings. Seeds must lie in darkness before they sprout, and Hades rules that darkness. He rarely appeared among the other gods. When he did, it was always for great cause. He aided in the war against the giants. He lent his helm of invisibility to Perseus, who used it to escape after slaying Medusa. But mostly he remained apart, watching, waiting, attending to his domain. His presence was felt in rituals of mourning, in the rustle of grave goods, in the hush after a final breath. Sacrifices to Hades were done at night, with black animals, the smoke sent downward. His name was spoken in whispers, or not at all. To call him drew his gaze, and that was a heavy thing. Yet not all feared him. At Eleusis, his name was part of the mystery rites that promised rebirth. In the Orphic traditions, he was not an ending, but a gatekeeper to the next beginning. Some even believed in cycles of life and death, of reincarnation. And Hades stood not as a wall, but as a door. Imagine him now, if you will, seated on a throne of volcanic stone, surrounded by shadow, his robe falling in quiet folds. Around him flicker the shades of those long gone, speaking in murmurs only the dead understand. Beside him, Persephone tends a garden of pale flowers that bloom without sun. The air smells faintly of myrrh and memory. He holds a sceptre, not to strike, but to signal order. The dead do not rise in rebellion. They do not need chains. The weight of time itself holds them in place. Unlike his brothers, Hades does not crave glory. He is not jealous of Olympus. He does not interfere with mortals unless they enter his domain without permission. And even then, he is more judge than executioner. He sets terms. He upholds them. Consider Orpheus, who came to plead for Eurydice. Hades listened. He agreed. He gave the poet a chance to lead her out, on one condition: do not look back. And when Orpheus did, Hades took nothing more than what was owed. There was no trickery, only the rules. In a world where even gods could be petty, Hades was consistent. Perhaps that is why, for all his distance, he was trusted. Feared, yes, but also trusted. And so the Greeks lived with him always in mind. Not in terror, but in acknowledgement. They built tombs with care. They left offerings. They remembered names. Because to be remembered was to remain just a little longer in the world above. Tonight, as you lay your head down, you need not fear the God below. He is not waiting in your shadow. He is keeping watch over those already gone. He tends a realm not of fire, but of memory. He sits in silence, because there is nothing more to prove. Sleep now. Let the earth hold you gently. Let your thoughts drift like leaves on the Acheron. Let the hush of that quiet kingdom lull you into rest. Hades waits, but not for you, not yet. He only waits as the world turns, and he always will. They say she was born not in the ordinary way, but from a headache, a rather severe one. Zeus, as the story goes, had swallowed her mother, Metis, the goddess of wisdom, because it had been foretold that she would bear a child mightier than he. Problem solved, he thought. But divine digestion is rarely the end of a tale in Greek myth. One day, Zeus began to suffer an unbearable pain in his skull. Gods gathered. Suggestions were made. Eventually Hephaestus, ever practical, struck Zeus's head with an axe. Out sprang Athena, fully grown and fully armed, a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, shouting a battle cry that echoed across Olympus. A dramatic entrance, even by divine standards. Athena, goddess of wisdom, war strategy, crafts and reason, arrived not as a child but as an idea made flesh. Poised, calm, and already thinking 3 moves ahead. She wore a helm, bore the aegis of Zeus, and from her first breath demanded the respect of gods and mortals alike. Her presence on Olympus was distinct. Unlike many of her peers, Athena was not known for tempestuous love affairs or dramatic feuds over vanity, though she wasn't entirely above such things. She was measured, exacting, and rather fond of logic. In a realm of passion and power, she was principle personified. That said, she was not cold. She simply saw the long game. Cities and civilizations adored her. Most famously, of course, Athens itself took her name. The contest between Athena and Poseidon for the patronage of the city is one of these tales that reveals as much about Greek values as it does about the gods themselves. Poseidon, being who he was, offered a gift of grandeur. He struck the earth and produced a saltwater spring, or in some versions a warhorse. Either way impressive, but not terribly useful to the residents of a rocky inland city. Athena, ever pragmatic, planted the olive tree. Shade, food, oil, and wood, all from one gift. The Athenians chose her, and frankly, who wouldn't? From then on, Athena became more than a goddess to them. She was the guardian of their identity, their sense of civic pride, their pursuit of reason, art, and just war. Her temple, the Parthenon, still crowns the Acropolis today, its columns watching the Aegean like sentinels of marble. it remains not just a relic of ancient architecture, but a testament to her enduring spirit. Athena's approach to war was nothing like Ari's bloodlust. She preferred tactics, planning, the application of intelligence to conflict. She represented the mind in battle, not the frenzy. She advised heroes rather than charging in herself. Odysseus, in particular, earned her favour. His cunning, his guile, his talent for words over weapons, all were qualities she prized. She guided him home through storm and strife, always the voice of reason whispering beneath the chaos. But wisdom is not always gentle. Athena could be uncompromising, and when insulted her wrath was cold and enduring. Take the tale of Arachne, a mortal weaver whose skill was so great she dared claim superiority to the goddess herself. Athena, not known for indulging arrogance, challenged her to a contest. Arachne's tapestry was flawless, even daring to depict the gods in their less flattering moments. Athena, though impressed, tore it to shreds. She struck Arachne down, but, in a rare moment of mercy or poetic judgment, transformed her into the first spider, to weave forever. This balance of pride and precision defined Athena. She upheld honour, but never shied from asserting her place. She did not scream. She did not scheme. She simply stood her ground, and others yielded. She was also a patroness of crafts and invention. Pottery, weaving, architecture, all fell under her guidance. She inspired not just warriors, but artisans, philosophers, and lawmakers. Her symbol, the owl, denoted clear-sightedness, and was stamped on the coins of Athens. Wherever thoughtful hands shaped the world, Athena was there. Artists spoke her name before chiselling marble. Statesmen offered silent prayers before debating law. Curiously, she remained a virgin goddess, not in prudishness, but in independence. She did not marry. She did not pursue or yield to pursuit. Her loyalty lay with principle, not passion. This lent her a certain clarity, a steadiness untouched by the usual romantic entanglements that entangled her peers. She stood alone, and from deep solitude came strength. Even her friends knew to tread carefully. When Tiresias, the blind prophet, accidentally witnessed her bathing, Athena struck him blind. But in fairness, she also gave him the gift of prophecy to balance the scales. Firm but fair. That was her way. In art, Athena is almost always armed, but never aggressive. Her shield often bore the head of Medusa, a grim gift from Perseus after his fateful quest. According to some tales, she aided him by guiding his hand, lending him tools, whispering courage. But her choice to place Medusa's face on her shield, that was something more. A warning, perhaps, or a reminder that wisdom does not flinch from horror. It absorbs it, reflects it, uses it. Athena had no shortage of temples across the Greek world. In addition to the Parthenon, sanctuaries in places like Delphi and Sparta honoured her many aspects: warrior, lawgiver, protector. Festivals such as the Panathenea celebrated her birth and her role in civic life, combining athletic contests, sacrifices, and parades of woven robes made in her honour. In one such rite, young women would carry offerings in silence, their steps measured, their robes flowing like water under olive trees. Her epithets tell the story of her scope: Athena Parthenos, the maiden; Athena Polias, of the city; Athena Promachos, she who fights in front; Athena Ergane, the industrious; Athena Nike, bearer of victory. She was many things, but never distant. Even in myth, she is the goddess most likely to walk beside mortals, to speak plainly, to guide without condescension. She saw potential where others saw fault. She offered guidance, not flattery. Expectation, not indulgence. There were contradictions, of course. She upheld justice, but stood silent when her fellow gods acted with less than noble intent. She punished women who crossed lines, yet empowered heroes to defy the odds. But perhaps that was her wisdom, knowing when to act and when to wait. Not every wrong needed to be shouted down. Some could be corrected with time, with silence, with the long view. Athena always had the long view. She rarely raised her voice, but when she did, it was the sound of clear judgment, like bronze striking bronze in the still air before battle. A single note, impossible to ignore. Her advice was often laced with calm warnings, softly spoken truths. In council, the gods might argue for hours, but when Athena spoke, the room fell still. Her logic was not easily refuted. Her presence was not easily dismissed. Imagine her now, seated on her marble throne, high in the halls of Olympus. Her eyes are cool and calm, scanning scrolls of mortal deeds. She does not smile often, but when she does, it is the smile of one who sees potential, not perfection. Her owl perches silently nearby, and outside, the stars wheel in precise procession. Every movement above reflects her mind below. Quiet, deliberate, constant. Somewhere below, a child learns to write. A potter turns a wheel. A general marks a map. A philosopher pauses mid-thought, wondering from where the insight came. And in all these things, Athena stirs. She is not the flashiest of gods, not the loudest, but she is the one whose name is whispered in libraries and courtrooms, in war rooms and workshops. She is wisdom in bronze. And tonight, as you close your eyes and drift toward dreams, know that she keeps watch, not in thunder or fire, but in thought, in structure, in the still strength of what is rightly built. Sleep now, and if you dream, let it be of olive groves and marble halls, of clear skies and steady hands. Athena is near, and she is thinking. In the soft glow before dawn, when the world holds its breath and the sky hesitates between silver and gold, two figures move through myth, twins, born of the same mother, destined to walk very different paths beneath the same ancient heavens. Apollo and Artemis, sunlight and moonlight, brother and sister, opposites and echoes. They were born on the island of Delos, a place said to have once drifted free in the sea until it anchored itself just in time to shelter their mother, Leto. Hera, ever so fond of revenge, and not at all fond of Zeus's many liaisons, had forbidden any land to receive Leto while she was pregnant. Delos, unrooted and wild, was not bound by such rules. And so, on that shifting soil beneath a curious sky, Leto gave birth to Artemis first, and then Apollo. From the beginning, they were not ordinary children. Artemis, it is said, helped deliver her brother, and thus became the goddess of childbirth and protector of the young. Apollo, radiant and golden, emerged second, but would come to embody light, music, poetry, prophecy, and healing. A resume so robust it might make even Hermes blink. The two were close, but distinct. Artemis claimed the wild, forests, mountains, creatures of the night. She roamed with her bow and hounds, untouched by civilization, untouched by men. A virgin goddess, her strength lay in independence, her power in her distance. She guarded the liminal spaces, dusk, wilderness, the edge of becoming. Apollo, by contrast, loved the centre, the sunlight, the lyre, the temple steps warm with afternoon heat. He ruled order and clarity truth spoken through the lips of oracles, the measured beat of poetry, the clean line of sculpture. Where Artemis prowled under trees, Apollo strode into plazas, head lifted, every step in rhythm. And yet they remained mirrors of each other. Where he brought the day, she drew the night. Where he offered reason, she guarded mystery. They did not oppose one another, but completed a circle. Apollo's most famous shrine was at Delphi, where the oracle of the Pythia would sit upon a tripod and speak his prophecies, often in riddles that twisted fate and free will into a single thread. Pilgrims came from across the Greek world to ask their questions and receive their cryptic answers. And though the responses were maddeningly vague at times, Apollo's gift was not in simplicity, it was in insight. He was also a musician beyond compare. His lyre, given to him by Hermes in apology for a rather cheeky cattle theft, became a symbol of celestial harmony. With it, he could soothe storms, calm minds, and sway hearts. His songs were not merely entertainment, they were structure, soul, cosmos turned into melody. But Apollo was not all light. His stories, like those of all the Olympians, carry shadows. He loved often and disastrously. Daphne, a nymph who fled him, was turned into a laurel tree to escape his pursuit. Coronis, whom he loved, betrayed him, and he struck her down, only to save their unborn child, Asclepius, god of medicine. His wrath was precise, his grief enduring. Artemis too had her shadows. She punished those who saw her without consent. Actaeon, a hunter, stumbled upon her bathing and was transformed into a stag, torn apart by his own hounds. She was protective to the point of fury, unyielding in her expectations. But she was also kind to those who honoured her solitude. She guarded the vulnerable, walked beside maidens, lent her strength to women in labour, and was invoked in the hush of moonlit prayers. Unlike her brother, Artemis built no cities. Her temples were often deep in forests or perched on cliffside paths. She preferred the company of nymphs, wild animals and stars, and yet her worship was widespread. From Ephesus to Broron, from Arcadia to Sicily, girls danced in her honour, shedding their childhood names in rites of passage that whispered of transformation. Together, Apollo and Artemis represented more than light and dark. They were a pair of divine principles: reason and intuition, civilization and wilderness, speech and silence, the bow that hunted and the lyre that healed, and always, always they remained siblings, never rivals, never strangers. One tale tells of the Gigantomachy, the battle between the gods and the giants. In it, Apollo and Artemis fought side by side. He struck with arrows of burning gold, she with arrows silver cold. Together they felled foes far larger than themselves, their aim unwavering, their cause righteous. The sun and moon fought as one. Another myth speaks of the death of Niobe's children. Niobe, a queen, mocked Leto for having only 2 offspring, while she herself had many. Enraged by the insult, Artemis and Apollo took up their bows. One by one, they struck down Niobe's children. He the sons, she the daughters. Only one child, in some versions, was spared. Niobe fled, weeping, and was turned to stone, a waterfall of endless mourning. The lesson, while grim, was clear. Do not mock the mother of light and shadow. And yet these myths were not simply warnings. They were mirrors held to the human heart, showing how passion, loyalty, and power play out in forms larger than life. Through these stories, the Greeks explored the very structure of feeling. Apollo and Artemis did not merely punish or protect. They expressed divine aspects of our own inner worlds. Apollo, the god of healing, was also the god of plague. A single note from his bow could bring sickness, another restoration. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, was both life-giver and death-dealer to animals. They held paradox in their palms, like a bowstring stretched between extremes. Historically, their worship shaped much of Greek religious life. At Delphi, Apollo's oracle defined political decisions, voyages, and even wars. The Delian League took its name from his birthplace. Athletes swore oaths in his name before the Pythian Games, held every 4 years in his honour. Artemis, meanwhile, was central to rites of maturity. At Broron, girls approaching womanhood took part in rituals where they dressed as bears, an echo of Artemis's role as guardian of transitions. Her sanctuary at Ephesus, with its massive temple and statues adorned with symbols of fertility and wildlife, was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Romans, too, honoured them. Apollo remained Apollo, a rare instance of continuity. Artemis became Diana, and her image continued to stalk moonlit groves, untamed and untouched. In art, Apollo is shown as youthful, beardless, often holding his lyre or bow. His face is serene, his posture poised. He represents the ideal: balance, grace, harmony. Artemis, in contrast, is swift and sure. Her robes swirl as she moves, her gaze sharp as the silver tip of her arrow. She is both the stillness of the forest and the sudden snap of a branch. Imagine them now, side by side at the edge of the world. Apollo lifts the sun once more, the sky flushed with gold. Birds begin to stir, songs gently warming the air. Behind him, Artemis draws the moon down, folding it in shadow. The stars sigh, a deer steps softly through mist, and between them the world wakes. They do not speak, but they do not need to. They have walked this dance since time began. Apollo glances east, where day waits with open arms. Artemis turns west into the deep hush of the woods, and for a moment their paths cross. Light and dark, brother and sister. Sleep now. Let moonlight guide you toward dreams. Let the last golden chords of Apollo's lyre fade into stillness. The twins keep their watch, and the world for now is balanced. Settle in now. Let the sounds of battle fade, and the clang of hammers grow gentle. Tonight we visit 2 gods so different in nature, they rarely share a page. Yet here they are, side by side in our dreams. One is fury with a sword, the other fire with a purpose. Ares and Hephaestus, the god of war, and the god of the forge. Together they paint a curious picture of masculinity in ancient Greece. One all brawn and blood, the other limping but brilliant. And if the myths are to be believed, which at bedtime we rather hope they are, the Olympian family didn't quite know what to do with either of them. Ares, son of Zeus and Hera, was the personification of raw, untamed violence. Not the tactical war of generals, not the careful strategy of Athena. No, Ares was the thundering heart, the rising scream, the blind charge into chaos. The Greeks called him Ares, and while they respected what he represented, they didn't exactly invite him to dinner. Even Zeus, his own father, mind you, was famously unimpressed. In Homer's Iliad, Zeus calls Ares the most hateful of all the gods, and not in the sort of way that implies playful teasing over wine. Ares embodied the kind of war that scorched fields and toppled cities for no reason at all. He delighted in the clash of bronze on bronze, the whinny of panicked horses, the cries of dying men. His companions were equally charming: Phobos, fear; Deimos, terror; and Eris, strife. They followed him into battle like an entourage no mortal would dare invite to a feast. And yet, despite his ferocity, Ares wasn't particularly successful. He lost duels. He was once trapped in a jar for months by 2 mortal sons of Poseidon. Yes, a god of war, corked like pickled olives. It's enough to make one wonder if the Greeks were having a quiet laugh at his expense. But contrast Ares with how the Romans saw him. Mars, as they called him, was revered, honoured, worshipped with parades. While the Greeks regarded Ares with caution, the Romans embraced him as a symbol of disciplined might and empire. A curious shift, perhaps reflecting the values of a rising military power versus a culture that preferred wit, reason, and an afternoon of philosophy in the shade. Still, there's something almost endearing about Ares. He wears his passion plainly. He falls, and oh, how he falls, madly for Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. And what a pair they made! She, radiant and sly; he, straightforward and smitten. Their affair, though secret, was not subtle. They were caught in the act by Hephaestus, her husband, who ensnared them in a net of his own making. Now, that brings us to our second god tonight, the quiet, smouldering power of the forge. Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, son of Hera, and, depending on which version you prefer, perhaps without a father at all. Some say Hera bore him alone in revenge for Zeus birthing Athena from his head. That's Olympian parenting for you, equal parts miracle and pettiness. But Hephaestus was born lame, and in the glistening society of gods, where beauty and power were expected, he stood apart. Myths differ. In one, Hera throws him from Olympus in disgust. In another, it's Zeus who does so after a disagreement. Either way, the poor lad gets launched off a cloud and crashes into the sea, where kindly sea nymphs raise him. Now that would make for an awkward family reunion, wouldn't it? But Hephaestus doesn't brood forever. He learns, he builds. In time, he returns to Olympus, not with wrath, but with skill. And what skill it is. He creates thrones, automatons, palaces of bronze. He crafts Achilles' shield, so intricate that poets had to stop and describe it for hundreds of lines. He builds Pandora, the first woman, fashioned so finely she was irresistible. Hephaestus is quite simply the patron of invention. And not just of swords and armour, but of every tool, every spark of progress shaped by hand. Where Ares is destruction, Hephaestus is creation through flame. The hammer and anvil become his altar. The ancients recognized this. He had cults across Greece, especially in Athens and on Lemnos, the volcanic island that claimed to be his earthly home. There, fires were sacred, and every blacksmith was a kind of priest, echoing their divine patron in sweat and soot. In Athens, Hephaestus shared a temple with Athena, a pairing not romantic, but symbolic. She brought wisdom. He brought the means to build it. Craftsmanship and cleverness side by side. And yet, for all his brilliance, Hephaestus rarely wins in myth. His marriage to Aphrodite is unfaithful. His traps are ingenious, but they rarely solve his loneliness. He is powerful, but not worshipped for his appearance or charm. In this way, he is one of the more relatable gods, not draped in glory, but labouring in the shadows, forging the world while others fight over it. And maybe that's the secret. Because the Greeks, for all their love of myth, were practical. They built, they reasoned, They argued in the agora and laid stones in perfect lines. While Ares might shout and wave his sword, Hephaestus quietly forged the hinge it swung on. Still, they're both part of the same divine family, and one imagines the dinners on Olympus were, well, complicated. Imagine it. Ares boasting of a battlefield drenched in glory, while Hephaestus scowls over a scorch mark on his latest sculpture. Hera sighs, Apollo plucks a judgmental chord, Dionysus refills everyone's cup. Aphrodite checks her reflection in a polished shield, and somewhere in the back, Hermes snickers. But beneath the myth, there's something ancient and telling here. These two gods represent a duality that every civilization wrestles with: force and function, chaos and craft, fire that burns and fire that builds. We must remember that war, though often glorified in poetry, was a terrifying reality. The Greeks were no strangers to conflict. Hoplite battles, city-state skirmishes, Persian invasions. They had seen what war could do. And perhaps that's why Ares was kept at arm's length. A necessary force, but not an honoured guest. In contrast, the tools of Hephaestus were present in every life. The plough, the spear, the loom's axle, the temple's columns, all bore the echo of his forge. To praise him was to praise civilization itself. In vase paintings and statuary, Hephaestus is often depicted with muscular arms, soot-blackened face, and a short workman's tunic. He doesn't glow with ethereal light. He sweats, he bends metal, he limps with purpose. Ares, on the other hand, is all sharp lines and bronze gleam, plumed helmet, shield at the ready, chin held just so. His beauty is as carefully wrought as his sword, but somehow always less trustworthy. And so the Greeks taught their children, strength alone is not enough. Building create, work with your hands, let the fire warm, not consume. Still, perhaps Ares needed to exist, if only to remind us how precious peace is. And Hephaestus, for all his trials, remained indispensable. Even the gods needed a smith. As we drift further into stillness, think of the forge, glowing softly in the night, surrounded by tools, half-finished wonders, and the scent of warm metal. No shouting, no clashing spears. Only quiet firelight and the slow rhythm of the hammer. Perhaps the heart of Olympus wasn't in the throne room, but in the forge below. And somewhere, deep in the mountain halls, a god with a limp and a mind of steel continues to shape the world, while far above, a war god sharpens his blade, just in case. Let the sparks fade now. One by one, the fire dims. The clang of iron grows faint, and the gods ever flawed fall silent as sleep draws near. Close your eyes and let the rules of the waking world loosen their grip. Tonight we drift with the tricksters, the ones who cross boundaries, blur identities, and chuckle when the map doesn't match the terrain. We're stepping off the polished marble steps of Olympus and wandering instead down a vine-choked path that smells faintly of wine, wildflowers, and something just a little forbidden. These are the gods of transition, of thresholds, of masks, mischief, and mystery. Dionysus and Hermes. One pours the wine, the other steals your sandals. And together, they lead us to the edges of what it means to be human. Let's begin with Dionysus. You may think of him as the god of wine, which he is, but he is so much more than that. He's the god of release, of madness and ecstasy, of letting go of the self. A paradox in Ivy, both comforting and terrifying. His origin story is tangled as it should be. Some say he was born of Semele, a mortal princess, and Zeus, who, in classic Zeus fashion, visited her in secret. But Semele, tricked by a jealous Hera, asked to see Zeus in his full divine form. And mortals, it seems, are not built for thunder. She perished in flame, and Zeus, in a rather creative act of divine obstetrics, rescued the unborn Dionysus and sewed him into his own thigh. Yes, you heard that right. Dionysus was born again from Zeus's leg. It's not elegant, but it's memorable. From the moment of his birth, Dionysus lived between worlds, mortal and divine, Greek and foreign, male and feminine, sane and not so sane. He wandered, he grew, and wherever he went, vines burst through the earth. Panthers followed him. Women, called maenads, danced barefoot in the woods, possessed by his presence. And behind the joy, there was always a shadow of danger. Because Dionysus is not just the god of wine, he is the god of what wine does. He is the one who shows you who you really are, or who you're trying very hard not to be. To the Greeks, Dionysus embodied the part of life that broke through structure. He was worshipped in ecstatic rites, sometimes at night, sometimes deep in the woods. The Orphic mysteries and Bacchic festivals allowed initiates to slip free from identity, gender, class, duty, and taste, for a moment, the freedom of dissolution. It wasn't always peaceful. Pentheus, a proud Theban king, tried to suppress the cult of Dionysus. The god, disguised as a gentle priest, lured him into observing the women's rites. But Pentheus was torn apart, quite literally, by his own mother, driven mad by the god's power. And yet Dionysus wasn't a villain. He was balance. He came at the end of winter. He came after loss. He was the return of vitality, the wild joy that reminds us we're alive. And for all his chaos, he was beloved. Temples rose in his name. Theatres were built in his honour. The City Dionysia festival in Athens became the birthplace of tragedy and comedy alike. A sacred celebration of storytelling, masks, and human emotion. Because theatre, like Dionysus himself, walks the line between illusion and truth. Now turn from the forest and follow the flutter of wings. Or is it just a whisper of sandals on marble? Hermes is here. If Dionysus teaches us how to lose control, Hermes shows us how to navigate it. The messenger god, the guide of souls, the trickster with a grin that suggests he's already stolen whatever it is you're looking for. Hermes is the god of transitions, of travel, commerce, invention, and thievery. He is the protector of boundaries, and the one who slips right through them. Born in a cave, he was walking and stealing before the end of his first day. One of his first acts? Stealing Apollo's cattle. And not only stealing them, disguising his footprints by walking backward and crafting sandals out of bark. By sunset, he'd invented the lyre, made from a tortoise shell and gut strings, and charmed his way out of punishment by offering it as a gift to Apollo. That's Hermes, fast, clever, and just disarming enough to get away with it. But he's not just a jokester. Hermes had a vital role in Greek religion. He was Psychopompos, the soul guide, the one who led the dead to the underworld. Not judging, not punishing, simply escorting. A quiet presence at the moment of death, neither feared nor worshipped too loudly, but always needed. To the ancients, he was in the crossroads, the boundaries between fields, the liminal places where magic happens. Travellers left offerings to him in the form of herms, stone pillars topped with his head, often with an anatomically conspicuous addition carved just below. These stood as guardians of movement, fertility, and cheeky reminders of divine presence in the everyday. Hermes was also the god of merchants, of trade, negotiation, and yes, the occasional scam. But in the ancient world, that was part of the game. Commerce was sacred, and Hermes, ever adaptable, was both its protector and its jester. He appears everywhere, on coins, in plays, in dreams, a flicker of winged sandals across the sky. And here's where things get interesting. Because while Dionysus and Hermes are not often paired directly in myth, they are spiritual cousins. They are both liminal. They both connect opposites. Life and death, mortal and divine, order and chaos. They are gods of change. And in the ancient world, change was something to be respected, even feared, because it reminded people that the line between the civilized and the wild was thinner than we like to admit. In some Orphic traditions, Dionysus is linked with the soul's rebirth, torn apart by titans, reborn in fire. Hermes, meanwhile, appears in esoteric texts as a keeper of hidden knowledge, later merging with Egyptian Thoth to become Hermes Trismegistus, father of alchemy and the mystical arts. Between them, these two gods whisper a strange truth, that transformation is divine, that the in-between is sacred. The Greeks understood this. Their myths weren't meant to be consistent. They were meant to reflect life, messy, contradictory, and beautifully uncertain. And so, when a festival was held for Dionysus, with its masks and madness, it wasn't just about wine. It was about freedom. About feeling, for one night, that the world could bend, and maybe, just maybe, you could let go. And when a traveller stepped onto a road, uncertain of where it led, a prayer to Hermes wasn't just about reaching a destination. It was about protection in the unknown. A little luck, a little cleverness, a little mischief, just enough to make the journey interesting. In art, they appear in vivid contrast. Dionysus is crowned with ivy, robes slipping from his shoulders, holding a wine cup or a thyrsus, a staff wrapped in vines and crowned with a pine cone. His gaze is distant, ecstatic, as if he's watching something only the initiated can see. Hermes is lean, athletic, winged. On his hat, on his sandals, sometimes even on his ankles. He holds a caduceus, the staff with two serpents twined, which began as a symbol of negotiation, and later, quite curiously, ended up as a symbol for modern medicine. Together they tell us that not all gods are warriors or rulers. Some are wanderers. Some dance in the dark. Some laugh at locked doors and step through them anyway. And that, for the Greeks, was a comfort. That even in uncertainty, even in death or madness or stolen cattle, there were gods who understood. Gods who would walk with you, laugh with you, guide you. So now as you breathe more slowly, and your thoughts soften like dusk on the Aegean, imagine them. Dionysus in a clearing, music playing softly, surrounded by flickering torches and dancers, who have no need for names. Hermes on the road just ahead, a knowing look on his face, a coin in his pocket, ready to walk with you to the next chapter, wherever that may be. The vines settle, the wind quiets, the road becomes still, and two divine mischief makers quietly fade into dreams. The hearth, the grave, and the quiet gods at the centre of the world. Take a deep breath and let it out slowly. We've wandered with warriors, dined with tricksters, stood beneath thunderclouds, and danced through vineyards. But now, in this final chapter, we come to a still place, a place of rest and of presence. Not absence, but the kind of quiet you find when you've arrived home and closed the door behind you. Tonight, we visit the two most overlooked gods in the Olympian family, Hestia and Hades. They don't seek the spotlight. They don't meddle, chase mortals, or fling weapons across the sky. In fact, they rarely leave their posts at all. One keeps the fire burning in every home. The other keeps watch over every soul. They are constancy and return, beginning and end. And despite the myth's focus on louder, flashier figures, without them, the whole divine order would simply fall apart. Let's begin with Hestia. She is the eldest of the Olympians, the firstborn child of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, and the first to be swallowed whole by her father. Charming family, the Titans. You may remember, Cronus, paranoid about being overthrown, decided the best course of action was to eat his children. Hestia, being the eldest, went in first. When Zeus eventually forced Cronus to regurgitate his siblings with the help of a rather aggressive herbal tonic, Hestia was the last to emerge, and so she was both the firstborn and the last released, making her, quite poetically, the Alpha and the Omega of the Olympian order. Yet for all that drama, Hestia is perhaps the least dramatic deity of them all. She doesn't rage, she doesn't seduce or scheme, she doesn't even go on adventures. Instead, she simply remains. Hestia is the goddess of the hearth, the sacred fire at the centre of every Greek home, temple, and city. The hearth wasn't just a place to warm your hands or boil lentils. It was the spiritual anchor of life. Families gathered around it. Offerings were made at it. Prayers began and ended in its flickering glow. In every Greek household, Hestia's flame was a quiet promise that no matter how turbulent the world outside became, there was a place, even a small one, of warmth, safety, and belonging. She never married. She was courted, yes. Both Poseidon and Apollo tried their luck, but she politely declined, took a vow of eternal virginity, and went on quietly tending the fire. When the 12 thrones of Olympus were distributed, she stepped aside to let Dionysus, the youngest, have a place. She didn't make a fuss. She didn't sulk. She simply chose the centre over the summit. And in that centre, she became the most constant presence in all Greek life. In cities like Athens, a sacred flame to Hestia burned in the Prytaneum. The public hearth kept ever alight. When a colony was founded, fire was taken from that hearth and carried across the sea so that the new settlement could begin with Hestia's blessing. In this way, she linked the old world and the new, one glowing ember at a time. She had no grand temples, because every home was her temple. She had no epic poetry, because her story was not one of conquest or calamity. She simply was. She made every rite, every offering, and every home possible. Even at the start of any public or private sacrifice, the Greeks invoked Hestia first. Before the meat hit the altar, before the libation was poured, there was Hestia. At the end, as the last drop of wine spilled and the smoke rose skyward, there she was again. To us that might seem modest, but to the Greeks it was reverence of the highest sort. If Athena was the mind of the city and Artemis its wild edge, Hestia was its heart, quietly beating, never drawing attention, but always there. Now shift with me from the hearth to the depths of the earth, to another god who rarely spoke, but who ruled over far more than most realized. Hades, lord of the underworld. He, too, was a child of Cronus and Rhea, and he too was swallowed and later rescued by Zeus. When the war against the Titans was won, the three brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades cast lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades drew the lot of the underworld. Now let's be clear, he wasn't cast down. He didn't lose. He simply got the job no one else wanted, quietly, responsibly, and without complaint. And for that reason, he was misunderstood. In later ages, especially in Roman and Christian-influenced retellings, Hades was twisted into a demonic figure. But to the Greeks, he wasn't evil. He was inevitable. His realm wasn't hell. It was simply after, the natural destination of every mortal life. To them, Hades was a somber, dignified ruler. Strict, yes, but not cruel. In fact, he's one of the few gods who is never shown cheating on his wife or interfering in mortal affairs just for fun. His name means the unseen one, and his helmet, the famous helm of darkness, allowed him to move invisibly even among gods. A fitting symbol for a god whose work was constant but invisible. He ruled with fairness and order. He kept the shades of the dead from wandering, and ensured that each soul received its due, whether in the sunless meadows of Asphodel, the blissful fields of Elysium, or the shadowy depths of Tartarus for the truly wicked. He was feared, yes, but fear can be respectful. In fact, people avoided speaking his name altogether. Euphemisms like Pluton, meaning wealth giver, became common. After all treasures of the earth came from below. Gold, silver, crops, stability. Hades, in this guise, wasn't the god of doom, but of hidden riches. And then there's Persephone, the queen of the underworld, his equal in title and power. The myth is well known. Hades falls for Persephone and carries her off to his realm. Her mother, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, grieves, and the earth withers. Eventually, a deal is struck. Persephone will spend part of the year with Hades and part with her mother. Thus came the seasons. Spring when she returns, winter when she departs. It's easy to cast Persephone as a victim. But in the older mystery cult versions of the tale, she is powerful, chosen, even willing. Queen not just in name, but in role, a guide to the dead, and a bridge between life and the afterlife. And Hades, he remains faithful. Unlike Zeus and Poseidon, he has no wandering eye, no scandal. His love, while strange in form, is singular. This subtle stability was recognized in cult practice. At Eleusis, the initiates of the mysteries learned sacred secrets of death, of return, of rebirth. And central to it all was Hades, not a tormentor, but a keeper, a god who made sure nothing was lost forever, only transformed. So here, in this final chapter, we find something curious. The Olympian family is filled with movement, war, lust, laughter, rage. But at either end, bookending the myths like candles on a shrine, are two figures who do not chase, who do not flee, who simply hold. Hestia at the centre of the home, Hades at the centre of the earth. One keeps the fire burning, the other welcomes the flame when it fades, and neither boasts, though they touch every moment of life. From the first breath by the cradle to the last sigh at the tombstone, Hestia and Hades are there. In art, they are quiet. Hestia appears veiled, seated, serene, a modest woman holding a flame. Hades, often bearded and reserved, sits beside Persephone, sometimes with a cornucopia, a reminder that what lies beneath nourishes what grows above. And perhaps that's the lesson the Greeks left us. That glory isn't always loud, that power doesn't always parade, that the greatest forces in life are those that simply endure. So now, let the fire burn low, let the earth cradle your thoughts, in one corner of the hearth a flame flickers, constant, unbothered by wind or time. Far below, in quiet halls of stone, a king walks the corridors of memory, steady and patient. And in between, everything we are. Let Hestia hold your dreams. Let Hades guard your rest. And let sleep take you gently, where the gods who stayed home still keep their watch. Let us begin, as all good cautionary tales do, with a marriage. Not just any marriage, mind you, but the sacred union between the king and queen of the gods themselves, Zeus and Hera. On Mount Olympus, their relationship was held up, not as an ideal, but more as a constant source of divine tension, storm clouds, and the occasional herd of transformed cows. Now, marriage in the ancient Greek world was considered a societal pillar, albeit one built on decidedly patriarchal stone. It involved alliances, dowries, and heirs. Love was optional. Respect was negotiable. Fidelity, well, let's not be silly. And in that regard, Zeus and Hera were deeply traditional. Their marriage began inauspiciously. Zeus, the thunder-wielding lord of the skies, had first attempted to court Hera politely. She was unmoved. So, in a move that tells you everything you need to know about him, Zeus transformed himself into a shivering little bird. Hera, ever maternal, took pity and held the trembling creature to her breast. Whereupon Zeus promptly transformed back and took advantage of her sympathy in a way that would not pass muster in any modern courtroom. Hera, shamed and cornered, agreed to marry him. The gods celebrated for 300 years, and the two were considered a cosmic match. But from the very start, their union was less a story of divine harmony and more an extended exercise in competitive vengeance. Zeus was, to put it mildly, not faithful. He pursued mortals, nymphs, and even the occasional divine relative with an enthusiasm bordering on the athletic. Danae, Io, Leda, Semele, Europa. The list of his conquests would require its own Homeric catalogue, and each liaison was accompanied by a transformation. A golden shower, a swan, a bull, even a particularly aggressive cloud. This was not mere philandering. This was performance art. Now, Hera, as goddess of marriage, might have been expected to preserve domestic order with grace and patience. But patience was not her strong suit. No, Hera's love language was spite, and her preferred method of communication was targeted torment. Not against Zeus, mind you, but against his lovers and the children that resulted. Io, a priestess of Hera, was seduced by Zeus and promptly transformed into a white cow to hide her. Hera, seeing through the ruse, requested the cow as a gift. She then appointed the 100-eyed Argus to guard her new bovine prisoner. When Argus was later slain by Hermes, Hera memorialized him by placing his eyes on the tail of the peacock. A petty flourish, if ever there was one. Semele, mother of Dionysus, was tricked by Hera into asking Zeus to reveal his full divine form. He did. She perished in a blaze of celestial overkill. Hera won Semele ashes. Leto, another lover, was harassed across the world by a furious Hera who forbade her from giving birth on any land under the sun. Leto finally found refuge on the floating island of Delos, where she delivered Artemis and Apollo. It was said even the land trembled at Hera's wrath. And of course, there was Heracles. Zeus's favourite illegitimate son, born to the mortal Alcmene. Heracles became the lifelong object of Hera's ire. She sent snakes to his cradle. She drove him mad so he would kill his own family. And when he set off on his famous 12 labours, it was Hera who ensured that each task was as miserable as possible. One might almost call it constructive parenting, if not for the malice. Yet Hera's vengeance was not limited to mortals. She once attempted a coup against Zeus himself, enlisting Poseidon and Athena in a plot to bind him in unbreakable chains. It failed, of course. Zeus was eventually freed by Thetis, incidentally, mother of Achilles, and punished Hera by hanging her from the sky in golden manacles with anvils tied to her ankles. One imagines the marriage counselling sessions after that were rather tense. But what truly made Hera and Zeus the Mount Olympus power couple wasn't the grandeur of their domains, sky, and marriage, but their sheer persistence. No matter how many betrayals, plots, imprisonments, or cattle transformations occurred, they remained married. Their union was less about affection than inevitability, a divine metaphor for endurance, if not exactly romance. It's worth noting that in ancient Greek culture, the gods weren't supposed to be paragons of virtue. They were reflections, larger-than-life versions of human instincts and emotions. Zeus and Hera weren't failing at marriage. They were enacting it in mythological proportions. If the gods couldn't manage fidelity or patience, what hope had mortals? Hera herself was not without admirable qualities. She was regal, majestic, and fierce. A protector of women in childbirth, a symbol of queenship. In Argos, Samos, and Olympia, her cults rivaled even Zeus's. Her iconography, often seated, sceptre in hand, diadem gleaming, exuded dignity. But her stories rarely endear. She is usually the antagonist in someone else's tragedy, a figure of cold rage and calculated cruelty. Whether she ever truly loved Zeus is unclear. What is clearer is that she hated being made a fool, and she made sure no one forgot it. Zeus, for his part, remained unrepentant. He was, after all, the sky. He thundered. He flung lightning. His infidelities weren't expressions of passion so much as dominance, symbolic of his rule over gods and mortals alike. He was not punished for these affairs. He was celebrated even. The mortals he seduced were often elevated, literally turned into stars, trees, or constellations. The children he fathered became heroes. His lovers, though, were ruined, scorned, transformed, or dead. It's here we see the double standard of divine politics. Zeus was the king. Hera was the queen. But she ruled over order, and he ruled over chaos. She enforced loyalty. He flouted it. She punished, he pardoned, and yet, despite it all, they were inseparable. In art, they are depicted side by side, often enthroned, surrounded by peacocks and thunderbolts, embodying the permanence of rule. In myth, they act as a unit, never quite at peace, but never divided. There's a particularly curious tale, preserved in some later sources, where Hera attempts to regain Zeus's attention by withdrawing from him entirely. She retreats to the ends of the earth. Zeus, finding her absence unsettling, stages an elaborate ruse. He has a statue of her made, declares he's marrying someone new, and parades the fake bride through the heavens. Hera, predictably, appears in a fury and, in some accounts, laughs at the deception. They reconcile, at least temporarily. Even in their trickery there was mutual recognition, a divine Cold War, punctuated by absurd peace offerings. The Greeks, for their part, were fascinated by the psychology of this celestial bickering. Tragedians like Euripides and comedians like Aristophanes often leaned into the absurdity of divine squabbles. The gods weren't moral guides, they were cautionary tales. Children in Athens might have heard of Hera's endless vendettas and learned a simple lesson. Don't annoy your wife, especially if she has access to serpents and weather systems. And in religious practice, Hera remained deeply revered. Her festivals, like the Heraia, celebrated feminine strength and social order. Marriages were consecrated in her name. She was feared, yes, but respected. She was a reminder that power in the divine realm wasn't just about thunderbolts. Sometimes it was about endurance and memory, and a grudge that could outlast empires. Zeus and Hera's marriage was not a love story in any modern sense. It was a mythological battlefield where fidelity and punishment danced a slow, endless waltz. Yet perhaps their staying power, their refusal to separate no matter the outrage, was a kind of loyalty in itself. An exhausting, toxic, theatrically dysfunctional loyalty. Their quarrels were never resolved. They simply paused between episodes. The ancient Greeks, watching from their temples and altars, would have recognized the truth in that. Because on Mount Olympus, as on earth, the most bitter arguments are not always the ones that end. They're the ones that keep going. Century after century, myth after myth, husband after husband. On the rocky slope of the Acropolis, amidst marble columns and cicada songs, lies the heart of ancient Athens, a city named not for a king or a warlord, but for a goddess. Not just any goddess, of course, but Athena herself. Warrior, strategist, weaver of fate and cloth. The story of how she came to lend her name to the city is, predictably, one of divine competition, public drama, and yes, petty divine squabbling. It begins, as many good disputes do, with Poseidon. Poseidon, god of the sea, horses and earthquakes, was not known for his subtlety. He was a god of impact, trident in hand, beard bristling with salt and ego, and like most Olympians, he had a taste for dominion. Cities, temples, worshippers, all fair game. And when he looked upon the still unnamed city rising near the Saronic Gulf, he saw opportunity. So, naturally, did Athena. Athena, born from the head of Zeus fully armed, was everything Poseidon was not: measured, strategic, composed. Where he stormed, she planned. Where he roared, she reasoned. But make no mistake, she was no less ambitious. She too wanted a city. And so it was proposed, or more likely demanded, that there be a contest. The city would go to whichever deity could offer the better gift to its people. Now, we might pause to ask, better by what standard? Usefulness? Aesthetic appeal? How well it aged over time? The myths, as usual, are a bit fuzzy on details. But the contest, according to tradition, took place on the Acropolis itself, with the 12 gods present to observe, and King Cecrops, a rather snake-legged fellow, if we believe the stories, serving as judge. Poseidon went first. In true Poseidon fashion, he struck the ground with his trident, and a spring erupted. Depending on the version, it was either seawater or salt water. Not the most refreshing of beverages, mind you, but impressive nonetheless. Some versions say it gushed violently. Others say it formed a small lake, later called the Erecthias. He looked about expectantly. A crowd-pleasing move, certainly. Flashy, loud, moist. Then came Athena's turn. She stepped forward, no theatrics, and planted an olive branch. Silence. A tree? Just a tree? But as it grew, slowly, steadily, the people began to murmur. The olive tree would provide food, oil and wood. It was not just a gift, it was a way of life. In a dry land with shallow soil, olives could thrive. They could be traded, they could feed a city. And so the decision was made. Athena had won. the city would be named Athens. Her temple, the Parthenon, would rise above it. The olive tree would become its symbol. And Poseidon? Well, Poseidon did not take the loss well. He was a sore loser, our sea god. Petulant, some would say. Upon losing, he flooded part of the Attic plain in a fit of divine pique. A wet tantrum, if you will. Others say he merely withdrew, grumbling, back to the depths. But the result was the same. The rivalry lingered. Yet despite the contest's outcome, Poseidon was not entirely banished from Athens. Far from it. A sanctuary to both gods stood atop the Acropolis. The Erechtheion, an ancient temple beside the Parthenon, housed sacred relics of the contest. The saltwater spring, known as the Sea of Erechtheus, and Athena's olive tree, said to be the very one she planted. It was a diplomatic compromise. Ancient city-states were deeply religious, and hedging one's divine bets was a prudent move. After all, you never knew when the god you slighted might send a drought, an earthquake, or a vengeful kraken. But the tension between Poseidon and Athena did not end with naming rights. Their rivalry extended to patronage, values, and even aesthetics. Poseidon represented force, passion, raw nature. Athena, meanwhile, embodied intellect, order, and restraint. One was the untamed ocean, the other the measured battlefield. And in many ways, Athens chose the latter, becoming a centre of learning, art, and structured warfare. This symbolic divide was no accident. The Greeks were deeply invested in what their gods represented, and which deities a city honoured told you a great deal about its identity. Sparta, for instance, leaned more toward Ares. Corinth had Aphrodite. Delphi had Apollo. Athens had Athena, and by choosing her, they chose an image of rational strength, of strategy over brawn, of olive branches over tidal waves. But one must not forget, the Greeks loved a grudge. Poseidon, denied Athens, found other cities to favour. Corinth, notably, built temples in his name. He remained a powerful god in coastal areas, worshipped by sailors and merchants alike, and his feuds with Athena spilled over into myths, each more ridiculous than the last. In one tale, Poseidon accuses Athena of helping the hero Perseus, who famously decapitated Medusa. A Gorgon Poseidon himself had once, shall we say, become involved with, under unfortunate circumstances, in a temple of Athena. Athena, ever the perfectionist, was not amused. She punished Medusa with serpents and a petrifying gaze. Whether Poseidon objected is unclear. He tended to move on quickly. Then there was the Trojan War, where Poseidon and Athena found themselves on the same side. At least initially. Both supported the Greeks, both detested the Trojans. But during the long siege, their cooperation frayed. Poseidon, irritated by perceived slights, began to waver in his support. Athena, as always, remained strategically vengeful. Even after the war, their divine paths diverged. Athena aided Odysseus, guiding him home. Poseidon did the opposite, delaying, punishing, sending storms, and making the poor man's journey a decade-long exercise in patience. That Odysseus survived at all is a testament either to Athena's cleverness or to Poseidon eventually getting bored. Back in Athens, the olive tree endured. It was said that even when the Persians sacked the city in 480 BCE and burned the Acropolis, the tree miraculously sprouted again the next day. A sign, the Athenians believed, of their goddess's continued favour. To the Greeks, the tale of the contest was not just myth. It was a foundational story explaining not only the city's name, but its values. The olive tree symbolized peace and prosperity. Athena's victory reinforced the city's image as a place of wisdom, craft, and measured might. Poseidon's loss, meanwhile, served as a kind of cautionary tale, a reminder that flashiness and force do not always win the day, that sometimes the quiet gift, the tree instead of the spring, can shape history. Of course, one might argue that the real pettiness lay in the fact that the gods needed a contest at all. Why not share the city? Why not co-patron it peacefully? But this is Olympus we're talking about, where compromise is considered suspicious and grudges are passed down like heirlooms. The rivalry between Athena and Poseidon may have started with a city, but it came to embody two opposing philosophies. In art and literature, their contrast was drawn again and again, the spear versus the wave, the shield versus the trident. And yet they were bound together, forever etched into the mythology of Greece, forever circling each other like opposing stars in a constellation of divine egos. Their feud, in its own way, became a kind of collaboration. For what is a good story without a worthy rival? Without someone to shake the foundations? Or, in Poseidon's case, flood them? So the next time you see the ruins of the Parthenon, or walk among olive groves under the Mediterranean sun, remember, this place bears not just Athena's name, but Poseidon's resentment. A silent spring, still said to glisten in the rock, is all that remains of his offering. And above it, the olive tree quietly thriving, as if to say, thank you for playing. It began, as many divine quarrels do, with pride, Apollo's to be precise. The golden god of music, prophecy, and a rather inconvenient lack of humour, was basking in the radiance of his own brilliance. His sacred cattle were grazing contentedly in the sun-drenched fields of Pieria. The lyre was tuned, the sky was clear. The chariot of the sun would soon trace its arc across the heavens. In other words, all was well in Apollo's shining world, until it wasn't. You see, someone had stolen his cattle. Not a few. Not a calf here or there. The entire herd had vanished overnight. Now, Apollo, being a god, was not used to losing things. Least of all things that mooed melodiously and glowed faintly with divine energy. He was, to put it gently, incensed. Naturally, he assumed the culprit must be mortal. Mortals were always poking their grubby fingers into divine affairs. Or perhaps a satyr, or a lesser god with nothing better to do. What he did not expect, what no one in their right mind would have expected, was that the thief in question was a newborn. Not a youthful god, not a child, an actual freshly born infant. His name was Hermes. Born just the previous morning to Maia, a reclusive mountain nymph and one of the Pleiades, Hermes was the latest in Zeus's long line of somewhat spontaneous offspring. Maia, ever private, had hidden away in a cave to give birth. Perhaps she hoped her son would grow up quietly, without the chaos of Olympus. But fate and Hermes had other plans. The moment he was born, Hermes began scheming. While Maia slept, exhausted from labour, her son slipped from his cradle and toddled outside. He hadn't yet reached his second hour of life when he saw Apollo's cattle grazing in a distant field. Most babies look for milk. Hermes looked for targets. He didn't just steal the cattle. He engineered the theft. To mask the tracks, Hermes reversed the hooves of the cows, forcing them to walk backwards. This meant that anyone following the trail would believe the cows had walked in the opposite direction. As for his own footprints, He wore sandals woven from bark and grass, the better to obscure his steps. For a being scarcely able to blink, his ingenuity was unnerving. He herded the stolen cattle into a cave near the river Alpheus, a good distance from their original pasture. There, he sacrificed 2 of them to the 12 Olympians. Well, 11 Olympians, actually, as Hermes cheekily left himself out of the offering, claiming it would be improper. Then, ever the criminal mastermind, he returned to Maia's cave in Arcadia, tucked himself neatly back into his cradle, and waited. Back in Pieria, Apollo was attempting to remain calm. He examined the field. He followed the trail. He frowned. Something didn't make sense. The hoof prints led the wrong way. There were no human footprints, no signs of wild animals, and his divine intuition told him that this wasn't some simple act of nature. Eventually, after much wandering and some divine prodding, Apollo arrived at Maia's cave, and there, swaddled sweetly and blinking up with disarming innocence, lay the thief himself. Apollo confronted the infant. Hermes denied everything. Using the ancient art of baby talk and wide-eyed blinking, he protested his innocence. He claimed he could not possibly have walked, much less managed a complex cattle-rustling operation. "Look at me," he cooed. "Do I look like someone who can steal livestock?" Apollo was not amused. Dragging Hermes from his cradle, gently, one assumes, Apollo stormed up to Olympus and demanded justice from their father, Zeus. The king of the gods listened intently as Apollo laid out his case. A theft had been committed. A herd had been rustled. And the guilty party, shockingly, was an infant with a suspiciously smug expression. Zeus, hearing this tale, did what many fathers do when one child accuses another of improbable mischief. He laughed. The thought of his newborn son outwitting Apollo, stealing divine cattle, and returning to bed undetected was simply too amusing. But Apollo, who didn't often find himself the punchline, was insistent. He wanted his cattle back. He wanted the truth. And preferably, he wanted it without further mockery. Hermes, recognizing that the jig was up, decided to change tactics. Instead of denial, he offered a gift. During his brief period as a fugitive, Hermes had invented something entirely new. A musical instrument made from the shell of a tortoise, with strings stretched across its hollow back. It was the lyre, and it made a sound unlike anything the gods had ever heard. Hermes plucked the strings. The melody filled the hall. It was gentle and strange, a sound that seemed to shimmer with the very essence of twilight. Apollo, god of music, felt his anger soften. His heart, if not his pride, was moved. Hermes offered him the lyre. In return, he asked only for peace, and perhaps a formal role among the gods. Apollo, grudgingly impressed, accepted. The cattle were returned, minus the 2 that had been sacrificed, of course. The lyre was now his, and Hermes had pulled off one of the greatest career launches in divine history. Zeus, thoroughly entertained, formally recognized Hermes as an Olympian. He would become the messenger of the gods, the patron of travellers, merchants, thieves, and those who operated in the grey areas of life. Apollo, for his part, would now wield the lyre as his signature instrument, a symbol of his dominion over music, courtesy of the baby who had once robbed him blind. Their relationship never fully recovered. Apollo, despite the music, never forgot being made a fool of, and Hermes, never one to let a joke die, continued to test the limits of what he could get away with. In one later tale, Hermes stole Apollo's bow. In another, he taught a group of shepherds how to cheat in dice games. He lied with charm. He spoke in riddles. He moved between worlds with a wink and a nod. But for all his mischief, he served a purpose. He was the god of thresholds, of beginnings, boundaries, and in-between places. Roads, doors, deals, and dreams. Apollo, in contrast, was the god of clarity, of light, of laws and reason. The sun in his golden chariot, the healer, the prophet, the musician. Their feud was never violent, but it was enduring. Apollo represented what was fixed, Hermes what was flexible. Apollo was poetry. Hermes was prose. One wrote odes, the other wrote contracts, with clauses in very small print. Yet, in a strange way, they complemented one another. Apollo taught Hermes the art of augury, interpreting omens from birds. Hermes, in turn, shared with Apollo the flute, the shepherd's pipe, and other musical tricks. There was beneath the irritation a kind of grudging mentorship. Still, one imagines that Apollo never quite shook the sting. To be bested by a peer is one thing. To be outwitted by someone in swaddling cloths is quite another, especially when they do it with such flair. But that, perhaps, is what made Hermes so enduring. To the Greeks, Hermes was not just a god. He was a type, the fast talker, the trickster, the charming rogue who bends the rules but somehow makes it work. He was the one you prayed to before a journey, and before a gamble. And Apollo? He was the brilliance you aspired to, the order you relied on. But it was Hermes who made you laugh. Their myth speaks to something timeless. The clever underdog against the powerful authority. The younger sibling with something to prove. The idea that intellect, creativity, and a bit of nerve can overcome even the most radiant power. It also serves as a reminder that even gods, for all their grandeur, are prone to embarrassment, that divine dignity can be punctured, and that sometimes peace is best negotiated over a good tune. In art and poetry, the lyre became synonymous with Apollo, but it was Hermes who made it, who invented music, who found, in the shell of a tortoise, the song of the cosmos. And so, when you hear the twang of strings or see the image of a winged sandal, think of that day when the sun god was humbled and the god of crossroads found his way to Olympus, not through conquest, but through comedy, cunning, and composition. Because in the end, Hermes didn't win with strength. He won with style. If you were to picture the most awkward family gathering on Mount Olympus, and there were many, you'd do well to imagine Artemis seated stiffly at one end of the divine banquet table, arms crossed, gaze pointedly away, while Aphrodite lounged at the other end, flicking grapes into her mouth and pretending not to notice. It wasn't just a clash of personalities. No, that would have been manageable. This was a deep, philosophical incompatibility masquerading as divine rivalry. A contest not of thunderbolts or transformations, well, not usually, but of values, lifestyles, and the distinct belief that the other was utterly insufferable. On one side, Artemis, goddess of the hunt, guardian of the wild, and protector of maidens. Stern, self-possessed, with a bow always within reach, and absolutely no time for romantic entanglements of any sort. Her vow of chastity was not so much a lifestyle choice as a personal crusade. If she'd had a no soliciting sign, it would have been made of bronze and enchanted to shoot arrows. On the other, Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and the gentle chaos of desire. Lush, languid, and delighted by mischief of the heart, She was as comfortable orchestrating a love affair as Artemis was decapitating a stag. Wherever she went, sighs followed, and wherever Artemis went, silence did. And therein lies the problem. Their feud wasn't built on a single moment of betrayal or a slight at a banquet, though those certainly helped. It was a slow-burning tension, an unspoken but mutually understood truth. They simply could not stand each other's company. Let's begin with the basics. Artemis valued discipline, purity, and autonomy. Her band of nymphs swore loyalty and abstinence, roaming forests far from prying eyes. She despised the messiness of attraction. It was beneath her, uncivilized, irrational, and most importantly, distracting. Aphrodite, meanwhile, viewed such resistance as not just puzzling, but offensive. Love, in her view, was the highest form of life's pleasure. To deny it was to deny nature itself. Artemis's cold rejection of such things, a slap in the face of everything Aphrodite stood for. Their divine duties often brought them into conflict. Aphrodite would inspire desire. Artemis would punish those who acted on it. Take, for instance, the case of Hippolytus, a noble young man devoted to Artemis. He shunned love entirely and gave all honour to the virgin goddess. Aphrodite naturally took this as a personal insult. Not just indifference, but disdain. And no one disdains Aphrodite without consequences. So she orchestrated a tragic chain of events. She caused Hippolytus' stepmother, Phaedra, to fall desperately in love with him. He rejected her, horrified. She lied, claimed he had tried to seduce her. His father, Theseus, cursed him. Poseidon obliged. The boy's chariot crashed and he died. Now one might think Artemis would take action, and she did, but only after the boy lay broken and lifeless. She swore revenge, and later arranged for his rebirth and veneration, but by then the damage was done. Aphrodite, for her part, felt perfectly justified. You honour the gods, or you suffer the consequences, especially if the goddess in question is the very embodiment of love, and you are loudly abstinent. Another example? Callisto, a loyal follower of Artemis, sworn to chastity like the rest. Unfortunately, she caught the eye of Zeus, who, in true Olympian fashion, disguised himself, this time as Artemis herself, and seduced her. Callisto became pregnant, something she couldn't hide forever. When Artemis discovered this betrayal, she cast her out, furious. To Artemis, the vow had been broken. To Aphrodite, this was proof of the futility of resistance. Desire, after all, was inevitable. Try to run from it, and it would wear your face and meet you in the woods. Even myth itself often reflected their antipathy. In epic after epic, love and the wild are at odds. Beauty blooms in the court, not the forest. And women, especially mortal ones, are punished more often than praised for trying to live outside Aphrodite's realm. Artemis's world is harsh but clear. Rules are known, boundaries respected. There are no ambiguous invitations, no confusing glances. Her followers run with wolves and live by the moon's cold light. Aphrodite's world is a tangle of tension and velvet. Lines blur. Emotions rise and fall like tides. And her devotees, they rarely come out unscathed. Both realms are powerful, and neither tolerates interference from the other. There's also the matter of masculinity, and how each goddess responded to it. Aphrodite, of course, embraced the entanglements of men. Gods and mortals alike fell at her feet. She had Ares, the god of war, wrapped around her finger despite his iron temperament. She inspired desire with a look, toppled kingdoms with a sigh, and made even the most rational of kings lose their composure. Artemis, conversely, had no patience for male attention. None. Ask Actaeon, a hapless hunter who stumbled upon her while she bathed. It was an honest mistake, or so he might have claimed, had he not been immediately transformed into a stag and ripped apart by his own hounds. The lesson was clear: keep your distance. And yet, the myths often seem to conspire to place these two goddesses in each other's orbit, perhaps because they represented such opposing forces: virginity and lust, self-control and indulgence. The arrow and the rose. There's a curious tale of the judgment of Paris, that infamous divine beauty pageant. Here, Aphrodite competed directly against Athena and Hera, not Artemis, but it's hard not to imagine Artemis watching from the sidelines, arms crossed, unimpressed. The idea that a mortal man should judge a goddess on appearance, that Aphrodite would bribe him with the most beautiful woman in the world. Artemis likely saw the whole affair as a farce, and, one suspects, she was not entirely wrong. What's notable is how their feud was largely ideological. They didn't attack each other directly. Artemis didn't challenge Aphrodite to a duel. Aphrodite didn't cast love spells on Artemis's followers to spite her. Well, not often. But their values were so opposed that every action felt like an affront. They were two queens of two incompatible realms, and the mortals caught between them, especially women, often bore the consequences. You see, ancient Greek society had a complicated view of women. They could be devoted wives or dangerous seductresses, faithful daughters or wild forest maidens. Aphrodite and Artemis embodied those extremes. A woman might pray to Artemis during childbirth. Though a virgin, she was also protector of women in labour. But that same woman might also beg Aphrodite to restore her husband's affection or make her desirable again. To please one goddess often meant offending the other. In this way, the feud between Artemis and Aphrodite became symbolic. Not just a divine Cold War, but a reflection of every woman's struggle between independence and intimacy, restraint and romance, the clarity of solitude and the chaos of connection. Artemis offered escape from marriage, from expectation, from entanglement. She and her followers ran freely, wielding weapons, answering to no man. But such freedom came with isolation, and in some cases tragedy. Aphrodite offered power through allure, through softness, through the ability to bend hearts and shift fates. But her gifts came at a cost: jealousy, obsession, loss. In their own ways, both goddesses demanded devotion, and both punished disloyalty, though in very different styles. Artemis would hunt you down. Aphrodite would make you fall in love with someone entirely unsuitable and watch you unravel. Yet despite, or perhaps because of, their opposition, both remained revered. Their temples stood firm. Their myths endured. And not once, in all the chaos of Olympus, did either admit the other had a point. That's the pettiness of it, really. Not the grand punishments or tragic consequences, but the simple refusal to yield an inch. Aphrodite knew Artemis would never soften. Artemis knew Aphrodite would never stop meddling. They were fixed stars in the same sky, circling each other warily, always shining, never touching. And so the forest and the boudoir remained separate realms. One ruled by the silent hunter in silver, the other by the smiling goddess of roses. And heaven help the mortal who tried to please them both. If ever there was a queen who could turn a raised eyebrow into an instrument of destruction, it was Hera. Wife of Zeus, queen of Olympus, patroness of marriage, and guardian of oaths. Hera had the sort of regal bearing that made you apologize simply for standing near her. With a crown perched high upon her brow, and a scowl finely honed from centuries of divine disappointment, she ruled not only Olympus, but also the bitter art of holding a grudge, especially when it came to her husband's infidelities, which were quite frankly frequent enough to qualify as a weather pattern. Which brings us to Leto. Leto was no seductress, no schemer. She was, if myth is to be believed, one of the more mild-mannered figures in the chaotic soap opera of Olympus. A Titaness by birth, daughter of Coeus and Phoebe, Leto possessed a calm dignity, a quiet presence in a family of loud ambitions. Unfortunately, she also caught the wandering eye of Zeus, and Hera, predictably, was not pleased. Zeus, ever the amorous storm cloud, was charmed by Leto's serenity. She didn't swoon, she didn't scream. She simply accepted, as one might accept the sudden arrival of a thunderstorm. The result, inevitably, was a pregnancy. But this particular pregnancy would not go unnoticed, nor would it go unpunished. Hera's wrath was swift, but not in the thunder and lightning sense. No, this was a slow, strategic revenge, the sort only Hera could devise. She issued a decree: no land under the sun was allowed to offer Leto sanctuary to give birth. It sounds almost poetic, doesn't it? Until you imagine the logistics. Pregnant with twins, swollen and exhausted, Leto was now forced to wander the known world in search of a place to rest. Every island, city, plain and peak turned her away. Not out of cruelty necessarily. Consider the tale of Niobe. Niobe, queen of Thebes, had many children, some say 12, others 14. Flush with pride, she mocked Leto for having only two children. What was that, compared to her own brood? She taunted, boasted, and paraded her children through the streets. Apollo and Artemis heard the insult. They descended, swift and merciless. With divine arrows, they slaughtered Niobe's children, boys and girls alike. In most versions, all were slain. In others, a few were spared, but the result was clear. Leto's children did not suffer insults. Niobe fled, weeping, and was eventually turned to stone. To this day, a cliff in Mount Sipylus is said to weep with her tears. It wasn't the only act of vengeance. When mortals doubted Apollo's parentage, he reminded them with prophecies so precise they cut like blades. When Artemis heard whispers of Leto's disgrace, she silenced them with arrows. The gods were many things, but they were above all loyal to their narratives. Leto, meanwhile, never sought revenge. She remained serene, withdrawn, a quiet figure amidst Olympus's drama. Her dignity became her weapon. She never raised her voice. She never plotted. And that, more than anything, infuriated Hera. Because Hera's feud with Leto wasn't about passion. It was about principle. Leto had broken no vows. She hadn't seduced Zeus. She had simply existed, gracefully, calmly, and carried divine children. And that quiet success, that gentle defiance, was the deepest insult of all. Other lovers of Zeus had been transformed into cows, trees, or stars. Io had wandered as a heifer. Callisto became a bear. Semele was incinerated. But Leto? She gave birth, survived, and was honoured. She didn't fall. She rose. Delos became one of the most sacred sites in the Greek world. Pilgrims sailed across seas to honour Apollo and Artemis. Poets wrote hymns. Kings sent offerings. Leto's name, once whispered, now echoed in marble halls. and Hera, seated atop Olympus, watched. Perhaps she plotted. Perhaps she muttered, but she never succeeded in bringing Leto low, because Leto had already won, not by fighting, but by enduring. The feud between Hera and Leto stands apart in Greek mythology. It's not a story of dramatic confrontations or screaming matches. It's not loud. It's not violent. It is a tale of exclusion, resistance, and grace under pressure. Leto's trials, wandering the world while pregnant, barred from shelter, abandoned by her divine peers, mirror the struggles of countless women through history, cast out for reasons beyond their control, punished not for actions, but for mere existence. Yet Leto persisted. She found a loophole. She gave birth, and her children loved her fiercely. In many ways, Leto became the goddess of quiet triumph. Her name doesn't inspire fear, but it does command respect. As for Hera, well, she remained Hera, regal, rigid, perpetually aggrieved. And the feud, though it faded from myth, lingered in the background. Every time someone honoured Delos, Hera must have felt the sting. Every time Apollo's oracle spoke, or Artemis hunted by moonlight, Hera's defeat whispered through the wind. But Hera had her own victories. She remained Queen of Olympus. She guarded marriage. She kept the divine order. And while she could never quite erase Leto, she made sure the memory remained tinged with difficulty. Such is the nature of petty feuds. They're not always loud. Sometimes they live in the corners of silence, in the withheld invitation, in the subtle sneer, in the decree no one questions. And in the end, Hera versus Leto is not the story of a mother-in-law and a rival. It's the story of two women navigating a world ruled by Zeus and finding very different ways to survive it. One through power, the other through perseverance. And so, on that little island in the Aegean, where two of the greatest gods were born, the memory of Hera's spite still lingers. Not in the waves, but in the way the stones seem just a little defiant. As if even the earth itself remembers what it meant to shelter Leto, and stand up, however quietly, to a queen. In the turbulent pantheon of Greek mythology, divine disputes are as common as olive trees in Attica. But few rivalries carry the heavy, quiet weight of Demeter versus Poseidon. It's not a feud fueled by theatrics, nor one immortalized in epic poems. No monstrous transformations, no epic showdowns, no dramatic verdicts from Mount Olympus. Just one goddess, wounded and silenced, and one god striding through myths with the self-assurance of someone who rarely faces consequence. This is not merely a feud, this is a reckoning. Demeter, the goddess of grain, harvest, and fertility, held a power unlike any other deity. She didn't hurl thunderbolts. She didn't stir tempests, but without her, nothing grew. Her influence stretched across the mortal realm in a way few gods could claim. She made civilization possible. Cities were built, laws formed, temples raised, all because the earth could feed the people. And it fed them because Demeter willed it. Poseidon, on the other hand, ruled the seas. He was tempestuous, wild, and profoundly proud. Earthquakes, floods, horses, and even certain rivers fell under his jurisdiction. He was not subtle. His moods shaped coastlines. And when he desired something, or someone, he pursued it with the insistence of an incoming tide. Which brings us to the crux of this myth. In one of the darker corners of the mythological canon, Poseidon became obsessed with Demeter. Why? The sources never say precisely. Maybe it was her beauty, often described as serene and maternal. Maybe it was her aloofness. Demeter didn't cavort with the other gods much. She stayed in her groves, her fields, her sanctuaries. Or maybe Poseidon, ever drawn to the untamed, saw something he could not possess and decided to make it his. Demeter rejected him, clearly, unequivocally. But rejection to Poseidon was never the end of the story. When his advances turned aggressive, Demeter ran. She transformed herself into a mare and hid among a herd of wild horses in Arcadia. This wasn't a playful transformation. It was an act of desperation. A goddess of immeasurable power reduced to flight and disguise. Her very divinity couldn't protect her from what was coming. Poseidon found her. He changed into a stallion, tracked her down, and mounted her. Even in the form of a horse, his violation could not be softened. There are no polite euphemisms here. It was rape, plain and brutal. And Greek mythology, so often focused on heroes and monsters, barely flinches as it moves past the event. But the consequences linger. From this act came 2 children. Arion, a miraculous horse who could speak and run without tiring, and Despoina, a mysterious goddess who was worshipped in secretive rites in Arcadia. While Arion became part of heroic tales, Despoina's worship was shrouded in mystery, often associated with shadows and silence. She represented something hidden, something not spoken aloud. And what of Demeter? She was shattered, but not broken. Rather than confront Poseidon in open defiance, she did something more devastating. She withdrew. She left Olympus, left her duties, left the fields. And when Demeter is gone, nothing grows. The fertile earth turns hard. Grain withers in the soil. Animals die. Hunger spreads. The world begins to starve. This wasn't her first disappearance. She would later vanish again during her daughter Persephone's abduction. But this departure was different. It was personal. Demeter did not scream. She did not wage war. She simply allowed the world to feel the full weight of what it meant to lose her. Eventually the gods noticed. Mortals cried out. Sacrifices ceased. Worship faltered. And without mortal belief and offerings, the gods themselves began to weaken. It was not lightning or war that threatened Olympus. It was famine. And famine, in this world, was Demeter's to command. The myths are vague on how long this period lasted. Weeks, months, perhaps longer. But eventually something had to give. And so Demeter was coaxed back. Not by Poseidon, not by apology, but by necessity. She returned to the world. Crops grew, fields turned green again. The cycle resumed. But her grudge remained. Unlike other goddesses who faded after trauma, Demeter did not become a tragic footnote. She emerged stronger. She would become the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries, a deeply sacred cult that offered promises of rebirth and eternal life. These rites, cloaked in secrecy, centered on the story of Demeter and her daughter Persephone, but they also drew from her deeper narrative, that of suffering, withdrawal, and return. And Poseidon? He did not suffer. He continued as ever, ruling the sea, striking the ground with his trident, fathering strange children. He never faced retribution. There was no trial, no punishment, no divine intervention. This, too, is part of the myth's uncomfortable truth. But there was a consequence, nonetheless. Exile from her world. Poseidon was never again welcomed into Demeter's domain. His name does not appear in her temples. Their symbols never intertwine. Unlike the sprawling, interconnected pantheon, where gods frequently intermarry, reconcile, and conspire, Poseidon and Demeter remain distant. The silence between them is absolute, and for a god to be ignored is sometimes more painful than to be cursed. This feud, if it can be called that, is one-sided. Poseidon seems unbothered, but the myth gives us clues that he knows. He stays away. His storms avoid her groves. His waves do not lap the fields she blesses. It is as though he respects, or perhaps fears, the boundary she drew in the soil. Demeter's strength lay not in revenge, but in presence, in returning, in thriving. She did not let Poseidon define her. She allowed herself grief, yes, and retreat. But she returned not as a victim, but as a matriarch, as a lawgiver, as a protector. Her Eleusinian rites became among the most celebrated in ancient Greece. Pilgrims travelled from far lands to seek her blessing. Kings and peasants alike revered her. In her mystery cult, participants learned that even the deepest sorrow could lead to rebirth. That descent was not the end. That silence was not surrender. In these rites, nothing of Poseidon was mentioned. He was erased, and perhaps that is where Demeter's victory lies. Not in vengeance, not in confrontation, but in outlasting him. There is a common thread in mythology where gods violate and goddesses endure. But Demeter's story feels different. It lingers. It unsettles. It reminds us that power does not always shout. Sometimes it simply refuses to look you in the eye again. In modern terms, we would say Demeter set a boundary and kept it. She did not forgive. She did not forget. And she did not allow the violation to consume her identity. She remained herself, wholly and fiercely, that Poseidon could not touch. In literature, we often crave closure, punishment, justice, balance. But in myth, closure is rare. The Greeks were honest about that. Their stories often leave wounds open. And in this case, the wound didn't close. It became part of the terrain. Arcadia, where the assault occurred, remained a sacred place. Wild, powerful. It was home to cults of Demeter and Despoina, where the rituals were performed in secrecy, and where even men had to avert their eyes from certain rites. The horses that galloped across its fields were seen not just as animals, but as symbols of the divine, and of the power that rides with women who reclaim their dignity. Even in the animal kingdom, horses were sacred to both Poseidon and Demeter. But where Poseidon represented their wild strength and chaos, Demeter was linked to their service in agriculture, the yoke, the plough. In their shared symbol, the split is complete. One god rules by storm, the other by cycle. The myth also marks one of the earliest recognitions in storytelling that trauma can be survived, but not erased. That pain shapes, but does not define. And that dignity, once reclaimed, can become holy. And so Demeter continued. She watched over crops. She guided mortals in the ways of planting, harvesting, and thanking the earth. She ensured that humanity could survive the harshness of winter and the bounty of spring. Her lessons were not only of survival, but of justice. When mortals wronged her, she punished. When they honoured her, she rewarded. But she never forgot the lines that had been crossed. Poseidon may have wielded a trident and churned the seas, but Demeter, with her sickle and silence, cultivated a more lasting power. A power that nourishes. A power that remembers. A power that says, quietly but firmly, never again. And so, when we think of the petty quarrels and grand feuds of Olympus, remember this one, not for its spectacle, but for its endurance. Not every grudge needs a thunderbolt. Sometimes it just needs a field that refuses to grow. In the labyrinthine halls of Greek mythology, where gods are as petty as they are powerful, and mortals are regularly squashed like insects for daring to excel. There is one tale that unravels slowly, beautifully, and with biting irony. It begins not with war, or lust, or prophecy, but with the hum of a loom. Athena versus Arachne is a feud so petty it feels almost modern. Not the type to inspire Iliads or epic sea voyages. No ships are launched over a loom. And yet, it is one of the most enduring tales in mythology, precisely because it is so achingly human. Pride, talent, truth, and consequences. Let's start with Athena, the goddess of wisdom, strategy, and crafts. A divine paradox. A war goddess who favoured diplomacy. A virgin deity who oversaw marriage, and a proud goddess of reason who, occasionally, lost her temper in the most unreasonable ways. Among her many domains, weaving was one of Athena's proudest claims. In ancient Greece, weaving was far more than domestic drudgery. It was an art form, an economic engine, and a deeply gendered ritual. Women wove the textiles that clothed families, outfitted warriors, and adorned temples. Skill with a loom was synonymous with virtue, patience, and intelligence. Naturally, Athena was considered the divine patron of this essential craft. She was said to have woven her own armour and designed the first loom. In fact, her gift of the olive tree to Athens was often accompanied in art and poetry by the gift of weaving. Enter Arachne, a mortal girl from the region of Lydia, known not for her lineage or her beauty, but for her utterly astonishing weaving. Her father was a humble dyer of purple wool. Important work, but not noble. Arachne was no princess, no muse-touched maiden, just a common girl with uncommon hands. People travelled miles to see her tapestries. Her threads shimmered like sunlight through leaves. Her designs were so intricate, birds seemed to flutter and gods to breathe on the fabric. It was said that even the nymphs came to marvel at her work. And soon the whispers began. She weaves like Athena herself, they said. She weaves better, murmured others, perhaps with a glance over their shoulders. Arachne heard these whispers, and she did not correct them. When questioned about her talent, she shrugged off the idea that the gods had anything to do with it. "It's my skill," she said, matter-of-factly. "I learned it. I practiced. No goddess guided my hand." Now, hubris in Greek mythology is less about ego and more about overstepping. Mortals can be proud. They can even be great. But to claim equality with the gods? That's like juggling thunderbolts while standing on Zeus's dining table. So, naturally, Athena heard about Arachne, and naturally, she decided to pay her a visit. In some tellings, Athena arrives disguised as an old woman, her cloak wrapped around her like a winter fog. She warns Arachne gently, "Be careful. Show humility. Thank the gods for your gift." Arachne snorts. "Why should I? I earned this skill. Let Athena come if she dares. Let her try me." In that moment, the old woman disappears. In her place stands Athena, radiant, armoured, eyes like storm clouds on the verge of a downpour. "So be it," she says. Thus begins the great weaving contest. 2 looms, 2 sets of hands, one divine, one mortal. An audience of nymphs, mortals, and the invisible watchful presence of fate. Athena sets to work. Her tapestry is a celebration of the god's glory. At the centre, her contest with Poseidon for the city of Athens. She shows herself victorious, offering the olive tree. Around the borders she weaves cautionary tales. Mortals who challenged the divine and paid dearly. Niobe, who lost her children. Capaneus, who defied Zeus and was blasted from his siege ladder. Pentheus, torn apart for mocking Dionysus. Athena's message is as refined as it is unmistakable. Know your place. Arachne, undaunted, weaves something very different. Her tapestry tells the stories that people whispered in shadows, the dark underbelly of Olympus. She shows Zeus transforming into animals and rain to seduce or overpower mortal women, Leda and the swan, Europa and the bull, Danae and the golden rain. She depicts Poseidon pursuing Medusa inside Athena's own temple, Apollo chasing Daphne, Dionysus, wild and staggering, corrupting innocence, the gods as lechers, deceivers, bullies, and the artistry, perfection. Not a thread out of place. Each panel breathes. The fabric itself seems to judge its audience. When they finish, Athena stands in silence. She inspects the tapestry. She cannot find fault, not in the craftsmanship, and not painfully in the truth. And that is what breaks her. She does not praise, she does not concede, she destroys. With divine fury, Athena tears Arachne's tapestry to shreds. She rips the loom apart, and she turns on the girl who dared to speak truth to Olympus. In some versions, she strikes Arachne. In others, she simply curses her. The result is the same. Arachne, humiliated, rejected, and crushed by the injustice of it all, hangs herself. And here, the story could end. Another mortal destroyed for daring too much. But Athena, perhaps moved by regret, perhaps seeking poetic balance, revives Arachne, not as a girl, but as a spider. You shall live, Athena says, but you shall weave forever, and never again will you challenge the gods. Arachne's body shrinks, her limbs lengthen, her fingers become legs. She hangs from a thread, and thus the first spider spins her web. This myth, more than many, demands unpacking. On the surface it reads as a cautionary tale. Mortal pride meets divine wrath. The end. But look closer. Arachne's pride was not unfounded. She truly was the best. Her tapestry didn't insult the gods. It revealed them. She held a mirror up to Olympus and said, "Look." Her punishment was not for lying. It was for telling the truth. And that makes this feud uniquely uncomfortable. Athena, goddess of wisdom, behaves not with reason but with rage. She cannot tolerate criticism. She cannot reward honesty. She chooses destruction over grace. Why? Because Arachne committed the unforgivable sin of being right. This story resonates today because it captures the timeless struggle between talent and power. Arachne was an artist, a young woman from nowhere who dared to be better than the system. She created beauty, yes, but she also spoke truth. And power hates truth when it undermines control. In silencing Arachne, Athena also silenced every artist who might dare speak too clearly. Yet in transforming her, Athena ensured that Arachne's legacy would endure. Spiders became sacred to weavers. In medieval Europe, they were sometimes associated with diligence and patience. And today, Arachne lives on not only in literature, but in biology, arachnids, named for the girl who wove too well. Even her punishment was laced with irony. Athena meant to reduce her, to make her small. But spiders are, in their way, powerful. Their webs are marvels of engineering, stronger than steel by weight. Invisible traps, spun from nothing. Every thread a monument. In transforming Arachne, Athena ensured that her art would survive where temples crumble and statues fade. There's another layer to this myth too, the role of women and voice. Weaving in the ancient world was one of the few socially acceptable means of storytelling for women. They couldn't speak in the agora. They rarely held power. But through cloth, they recorded weddings, funerals, myths, and memories. A tapestry could speak when a woman could not. and Arachne used that voice unflinchingly. She wove not romance, but violation, not glory, but cruelty. She refused to whitewash. In doing so, she crossed not just a divine boundary, but a societal one. And for that, she was punished, not by mortals, but by the goddess of logic herself. Some scholars see Athena's act as a betrayal of her own principles. Others interpret it as a test Arachne failed, not in talent, but in diplomacy. She didn't couch her critique. She didn't offer flattery. She was blunt, and bluntness, especially from women in myths, or anywhere, rarely ends well. Yet the myth endures. Writers and artists have returned to it for centuries. Dante references Arachne in the Inferno, suspended in her own web. Ovid tells a tale with sympathy in the Metamorphoses. Modern poets and feminists have reclaimed her as a symbol of silent genius. She is everywhere, really. Every time a girl draws something controversial and is told to be nice. Every time an artist is told to stay in their lane. Every time someone in power bristles at uncomfortable truth told beautifully. Arachne spins still. And Athena, for all her wisdom, remains a cautionary tale in her own right. Her legacy is not just the olive tree or the city named for her. It is also the silence she tried to impose. The truth she couldn't bear to see made real. So the next time you see a spider's web, fragile, geometric, gleaming in the dawn, remember the girl who wove gods into truth, who refused to lower her eyes, who paid the price. And remember this too, not all feuds are loud. Some are stitched in silk. Some last forever. Arachne won in the end, not because she lived, but because she was remembered. Because she wove what could not be unseen. And Athena, however reluctantly, ensured that the loom would never fall silent again. Among all the divine squabbles and Olympian theatrics, there is perhaps no feud more enduring and more deeply steeped in the peculiar mix of love, pride, and jealousy than the one waged by Hera, queen of the gods. Her battles were not fought with swords or lightning, but with glances, punishments, transformations, and curses. Subtle, symbolic, and, frequently, brutal. And the targets? Almost always women. Women, it must be said, who had the misfortune of catching Zeus's wandering eye. Now, to properly understand Hera's position, let's begin with context. Hera was not merely the wife of Zeus. She was a powerful goddess in her own right, a daughter of Cronus and Rhea, and the goddess of marriage, women, and childbirth. She had dignity. She had status. She had temples and priestesses and sacred animals, notably the peacock and the cow. She was a protector of matrimony and morality. And yet, her mythological legacy is one of near constant bitterness. Why? Because she was married to Zeus, the king of the gods, and a world-class philanderer. Zeus's list of romantic entanglements would make even the most seasoned soap opera writers blush. Nymphs, mortals, titans, even the occasional goddess, none were safe from his attention. And for each of his escapades, Hera responded not by striking Zeus down, which, one might argue, would have been both fair and efficient, but by targeting the women involved, whether they were willing participants or not. This, of course, has puzzled and irritated generations of readers. Why, we ask, didn't Hera punish Zeus? Why turn her divine fury on women who more often than not were victims of trickery, force, or transformation? The answer, if there is one, lies in the strange emotional logic of myth. Hera's wrath wasn't fair. It wasn't rational. It was deeply personal. And in the ancient world, where marriage was about loyalty, status, and dominance, her fury made a kind of mythological sense. So let's take a quiet stroll through some of the pettier, sadder, and more unforgettable moments of Hera's vendetta. Let us begin with Io, a priestess of Hera. Zeus fell in love with her, no surprise there, and, to hide his affair, turned her into a cow. A literal cow, Hera, ever suspicious, demanded the animal as a gift. She then appointed a watchman, Argus, who had 100 eyes, to guard Io. Zeus, being Zeus, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with music and kill him. Hera was livid. She took Argus's eyes and placed them on the tail of the peacock, one of her sacred animals. Then she sent a gadfly to torment poor Io, who, still a cow, wandered across Europe and Asia in misery until she finally reached Egypt and was restored to human form. From priestess to cow, to exile to goddess, a journey dictated by divine infidelity and divine vengeance. Next up, we have Callisto, a follower of Artemis sworn to chastity. Zeus seduced or assaulted her, depending on the version, and she became pregnant. When Hera discovered the affair, she did not confront Zeus. She transformed Callisto into a bear. Eventually, Callisto's son nearly killed her during a hunt. To prevent this, Zeus placed them both in the stars, as the constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. A touching ending, perhaps. But Hera, not to be outdone, was said to have persuaded Oceanus and Tethys never to let those stars bathe in their waters, hence why those constellations never set below the horizon. Even in the heavens, Hera's wrath lingered. Then there was Leto, mother of Apollo and Artemis. Hera, furious that Leto was pregnant by Zeus, banned her from giving birth on any land under the sun. Every island and country turned her away, fearing Hera's vengeance. At last, Leto found Delos, a floating island not anchored to the earth, and gave birth there. Even then, Hera delayed the birth by holding back Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth. Only after 9 agonizing days did the twins arrive. In each of these stories, Hera's fury is relentless, but the most infamous of her targets may be Semele, a mortal woman and the mother of Dionysus. Zeus, enamoured of Semele, visited her in secret. Hera, discovering the affair, disguised herself as an old woman and sowed doubt in Semele's mind. "If Zeus truly loves you," she said slyly, "ask him to reveal himself in his true divine form." Semele, trusting in her lover, did exactly that. Zeus, bound by a promise, appeared in his full glory, thunder, lightning, radiance, and Semele was incinerated on the spot. Zeus, to salvage the situation, rescued the unborn child and stitched him into his own thigh. Thus, Dionysus was born. Twice born, actually. And Hera, once again, was left to stew. She did not stop there. Hera pursued Dionysus throughout his youth, driving him mad, exiling him, and making his followers suffer. She drove the mortal woman Ino insane for fostering the infant god. Her fury was a flood, affecting not just her rivals, but their children, their friends, their cities. She once drove Heracles, son of Zeus and Alcmene, into a madness so fierce that he killed his own wife and children. This was not a one-off punishment, it was a lifelong vendetta. Even after death, Hera's feud with Heracles continued. But perhaps the most chilling example of Hera's pettiness is the story of Echo. Echo was a mountain nymph with a lovely voice and a tendency to talk too much. She was also a useful distraction. When Zeus visited the nymphs, Echo kept Hera busy with long-winded conversations allowing Zeus to sneak away. When Hera discovered the trick, she cursed Echo to only repeat the last words spoken to her. Echo's voice, once her greatest gift, was reduced to mimicry. She would later fall in love with the beautiful Narcissus, but unable to speak her feelings, she faded away until only her voice remained. So, what do we make of all this? On one hand, Hera's actions are, undeniably, petty. She punishes women for Zeus's misdeeds. She lashes out not at the source of her pain, but at its symbols. She is vindictive, unrelenting, and frankly, terrifying. And yet, Hera is also tragic. She is the goddess of marriage in a marriage that is perpetually broken. She is bound to Zeus not just by love, but by mythology, by the structure of the divine order. She cannot leave, she cannot punish him, so she strikes where she can. Her wrath is the wrath of someone who has been repeatedly humiliated, yet must still play the role of queen. She is expected to stand tall, dignified, serene, while her husband cavorts with mortals and immortals alike. Her feud, in a way, is not with individual women. It is with the system that traps her. Of course, myth doesn't excuse her behaviour. Her victims are often innocent. Her vengeance ruins lives. But it does make her story more complex. Hera isn't simply a villain. She's a symbol of how power, pain, and pride entangle. She embodies a very specific kind of fury, one that simmers beneath the surface, elegant and poised until it boils over. The ancient Greeks saw her not just as cruel, but as a guardian of oaths, a deity who reminded mortals and gods of the sanctity of promises. She punished not just infidelity, but betrayal. And perhaps that's why her rage endures. It's not just about jealousy. It's about betrayal of loyalty, the violation of trust, the breaking of sacred vows. Hera's feud with her rivals isn't just emotional, it's ideological. She cannot strike Zeus, so she strikes what he values. And in doing so, she asserts her power in the only way allowed to her. Her temples remained among the most revered in the Greek world. At Samos, Argos, and Olympia, she was worshipped with grandeur. She was not feared alone, she was respected. Queens and brides invoked her name. Her presence loomed large in wedding rituals and state ceremonies, because even in her pettiness, Hera remained the queen. And what is a queen, in mythology, if not a paradox? Loved and feared, dignified and wrathful, bound and unyielding. Hera's feud was eternal, but so was her influence. In the end, she outlasted many of her rivals. Io became a goddess in Egypt. Callisto rose to the stars. Semele died. Leto gave birth to powerful gods. But Hera remained on Olympus, watching, judging, unforgiving. She was the storm behind the throne, the thunder beneath the crown. And though her targets changed, her fury never did. Greek mythology is not known for its warm family stories. If you're looking for examples of sibling affection, stable marriages, or happy inheritances, you would do better consulting a different canon entirely, perhaps something involving woodland creatures. But in terms of familial catastrophe, no line suffers more richly, repeatedly, and bloodily than the House of Atreus. To enter their world is to enter a multi-generational horror story laced with betrayal, murder, cannibalism, and divine vengeance. Every child of this family inherits not only a kingdom, but a legacy soaked in ancestral guilt. Even by mythological standards, their saga reads like a curse that festers across centuries. So for tonight, we turn down the oil lamp, settle into our most uncomfortable cloak, and drift into the quiet but relentless doom of one of the most cursed families in myth. It all begins, unsurprisingly, with a quarrel over power. At the root of the Atreid curse is Tantalus, a king favoured by the gods. He was even allowed to dine with them, an unthinkable honour for a mortal. But naturally he abused this privilege. In one version of his story, he steals ambrosia and nectar from the gods and shares it with mortals. In another, far darker account, he kills his own son, Pelops, chops him up, and serves him to the gods as a stew, just to see if they'll notice. It was a culinary challenge the gods did not appreciate. Most of them were, thankfully, wise to the trick. They refused to eat. All except Demeter, who, distracted by grief over her daughter Persephone, ate a portion of Pelops' shoulder. When the truth was revealed, the gods reassembled Pelops and replaced the missing bit with a shoulder of ivory. He was resurrected, gleaming and whole. Tantalus, meanwhile, was punished eternally in the underworld. His name lives on in the word tantalize, for he stands in a pool of water he can't drink, beneath fruit he can't reach. But the damage had already begun. The family was marked. Pelops, now back among the living, grew up to be a handsome and ambitious man. He sought the hand of Hippodamia, daughter of King Oenomaus. The king, however, wasn't keen on marrying her off. Every suitor had to race him in a chariot, and everyone lost and was executed. Pelops, not keen to die, turned to Poseidon, who once had a fondness for him, and received a divine chariot. He also, and here the myth gets murky, either bribed or seduced the king's charioteer, Myrtilus, asking him to sabotage the wheels. Oenomaus crashed and died. Pelops, victorious, married Hippodamia. But when Myrtilus expected a reward, Pelops killed him, hurling him into the sea. As he drowned, Myrtilus cursed Pelops and all his descendants. That's curse number 2. Pelops and Hippodamia had many children, including Atreus and Thyestes, the next bearers of doom. These two brothers would continue the fine family tradition of betrayal, rivalry, and bloodshed. When the throne of Mycenae became vacant, the brothers jostled for power. Atreus was chosen to rule, but Thyestes seduced Atreus' wife and stole a golden ram, a symbol of divine favour, and claimed the throne. Atreus, upon discovering this treachery, did not respond with diplomacy. He pretended to reconcile. He invited Thyestes to a grand feast. Thyestes arrived, ate heartily, and then learned, too late, that the meal had been made from the flesh of his own sons. Yes, it's one of these feasts again. Atreus revealed the severed heads and hands of the boys after the meal, just to make the trauma complete. Thyestes fled in horror, and the gods, not surprisingly, were appalled. The curse deepened. Eventually Thyestes, through an oracle's advice, realized that to truly avenge himself, he would have to father a child with his own daughter, Pelopia. That child, born of incest and revenge, was Aegisthus. Meanwhile, Atreus raised Aegisthus as his own, unaware of the child's true origin. When Aegisthus grew up and learned the truth, he murdered Atreus, thus completing Thyestes' vengeance. From there, we enter the age of Atreus' sons, Agamemnon and Menelaus, heroes of the Trojan War. Menelaus, of course, is most famous for being the wronged husband of Helen, whose abduction by Paris sparked the war. But it's Agamemnon, the elder brother, who takes centre stage in the family's continued unravelling. Agamemnon married Clytemnestra, sister of Helen. When the Trojan War broke out, he led the Greek forces. But en route to Troy, the fleet was becalmed at Aulis. The seer Calchas declared that the only way to appease the gods was to sacrifice Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia. Agamemnon agreed. He lured Iphigenia to Aulis under the pretense of a wedding and then sacrificed her. In some versions, Artemis spares her at the last moment. In others, she dies. But regardless of the version, the betrayal enraged Clytemnestra. While Agamemnon was away fighting for 10 years, Clytemnestra took Aegisthus. Yes, the same Aegisthus, son of Thyestes and Pelopia, as her lover. When Agamemnon returned from Troy, triumphant and burdened with spoils, including the prophetess Cassandra, daughter of Priam, he expected a hero's welcome. Instead, he was murdered. In some accounts, Clytemnestra stabs him in the bath. In others, she nets him like a fish, and Aegisthus finishes the job. Cassandra, cursed to always speak true but never be believed, prophesies the doom but is ignored, and killed too. This sets the stage for the next generation, Orestes, son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra. As a boy, Orestes was spirited away to safety. When he reached adulthood, he returned to avenge his father. And he did, by killing his own mother. This act, while noble by the logic of revenge, placed him in a terrible bind. He was guilty of matricide, a crime so severe it was considered unnatural, even for myth. The Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, descended upon Orestes. They chased him across Greece, driving him mad. He sought refuge in Delphi, and Apollo offered vague comfort. But only a trial in Athens, presided over by Athena herself, could resolve the matter. This moment marks the mythical beginning of law triumphing over blood vengeance. The jury was split. Athena cast the deciding vote. Orestes was acquitted. It was a turning point in the mythos, a transition from eternal cycles of revenge to structured justice. But still, the blood-soaked legacy of the House of Atreus remained. The sins of the fathers and mothers never vanished. They were inherited, like dusty thrones and cursed swords. We must ask, what drives this chain of suffering? The gods? Certainly, divine meddling plays a role. But often, the gods simply amplify what's already in motion: jealousy, ambition, desire. What truly sustains the curse is the refusal to forgive, the insistence on revenge as virtue. Every generation inherits a scar and then deepens it. There are echoes of this pattern in many cultures. Family curses, generational trauma, the idea that what is unresolved does not disappear. It festers. The Atreid saga speaks to the horror of being born into a narrative already in progress, one that demands your participation whether you want it or not. And yet, myth offers glimmers of hope. Orestes' trial suggests that the cycle can end, that justice can replace vengeance, that healing, however faint, is possible. But the House of Atreus also reminds us that endings come slowly, that even acquittal doesn't erase pain. The Furies, appeased by Athena, become the Eumenides, the kindly ones. Their role changes from vengeance to protection. It is a poetic shift. The very forces that once destroyed now preserve. In the ancient world, such stories weren't cautionary tales in the modern sense. They were explanations for the world's cruelty. Why do innocent people suffer? Why does history repeat itself? The answer: the past is never really past. And so we sit, watching the fire flicker, and listen for the tread of doomed footsteps. A banquet prepared, a net tightened, a voice warning but unheard. The House of Atreus is not merely a myth, it's a mirror, a reminder that family legacies can be burdens, that justice requires courage, that cycles can break, but only at great cost. And perhaps, above all, it reminds us that sometimes, to survive a curse, we must choose not to pass it on. Our descent into doomed dynasties concludes with perhaps the most infamous cursed figure of all. Oedipus, the man who solved a riddle, became king, and unknowingly fulfilled a prophecy so dreadful that it echoes through literature and psychology to this day. The Oedipus myth is not only a tale of fate and misfortune, it is a study in how the pursuit of truth, no matter how noble, can lead to ruin when the truth is more terrible than ignorance. Let us now dim the oil lamp, draw close to the hearth, and tread carefully into the city of Thebes, where the gods play their cruel games, and no man escapes his appointed path. Oedipus was born the son of King Laius and Queen Jocasta of Thebes. At his birth, an oracle declared that he would one day kill his father and marry his mother. This was not the sort of news one celebrates with a feast and a toast. Horrified, Laius ordered the infant to be taken into the wilderness and abandoned. To ensure the deed was done, Oedipus's ankles were pierced and bound, a cruel detail that would mark him forever. The servant entrusted with the task, however, could not go through with it, and instead gave the child to a shepherd, who in turn delivered him to the childless king and queen of Corinth, Polybus and Merope, who raised him as their own. And so, Oedipus grew up believing he was a Corinthian prince, destined for kingship. He was clever, strong, and confident. But one day, at a feast, a drunkard hinted that he was not the true son of Polybus. Disturbed, Oedipus sought out the oracle at Delphi to learn the truth. As oracles often do, it answered not the question he asked, but the one he feared most. You are fated to kill your father and marry your mother. Appalled, Oedipus resolved never to return to Corinth, believing Polybus and Merope to be his real parents. In an effort to outmaneuver destiny, he walked directly into it. On his way to Thebes, at a narrow place in the road, somewhere between coincidence and cruel design, Oedipus met an old man and his entourage. A dispute arose, tempers flared, and Oedipus, ever quick to anger, slew the travellers. One of them was, unbeknownst to him, his true father, King Laius. Having unwittingly committed patricide, Oedipus continued on to Thebes. The city was under siege, not by armies, but by a sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman. The sphinx posed a riddle to all who passed, and those who failed to answer correctly were devoured. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? She asked. Oedipus replied, Man, who crawls as a baby, walks on 2 legs as an adult, and uses a cane in old age. The Sphinx, defeated, flung herself from a cliff. Thebes was saved, and its people were grateful. Their king was dead. Their queen, Jocasta, was widowed. And so they offered Oedipus the crown and the hand of the queen. He accepted both. Thus, the prophecy was fulfilled. Oedipus had killed his father and married his mother, but neither he nor Jocasta knew it. Years passed. Thebes flourished under Oedipus's rule. He and Jocasta had 4 children, 2 sons, Eteocles and Polynices, and 2 daughters, Antigone and Ismene. All seemed well until a second plague struck the city. Crops withered, livestock perished, and women stopped bearing children. The people cried out to the gods for relief. The oracle at Delphi was consulted once more. The message was clear. The plague would not lift until the murderer of King Laius was found and punished. Eager to save his city, Oedipus swore to uncover the truth. He called upon Tiresias, the blind prophet of Apollo. Tiresias was reluctant to speak, but when pressed he declared, "You are the one you seek." Oedipus, horrified and disbelieving, accused the prophet of treason. He suspected a plot. Perhaps Creon, Jocasta's brother, sought the throne, but Jocasta urged him to calm himself. Oracles were not always to be trusted, she said. After all, she and Laius had once received a prophecy that their son would kill his father. But the child had died, and Laius had been killed by bandits at a crossroads. At which point Oedipus paled. He, too, had killed a man at a crossroads. The timing, the location, the number of attendants, everything matched. Soon, a messenger from Corinth arrived with more news. King Polybus had died. Oedipus rejoiced, believing he had escaped the first half of the prophecy. But then the messenger added, almost casually, "You were adopted, you know." He had been given to Polybus by a shepherd from Thebes, the same shepherd who had once served King Laius. The last piece fell into place. Jocasta, realizing the truth, fled to her chamber and hanged herself. Oedipus followed shortly after and found her body. In his agony, he took the gold pins from her dress and blinded himself, driving them into his eyes with the ferocity of grief. Thus the prophecy was complete, not through malice or evil, but through fate's slow, deliberate weaving. Oedipus, now blind and broken, begged to be exiled. Creon, who assumed power, granted the request. Oedipus left Thebes, led by his daughter Antigone, to live out his days as a wandering outcast. His story did not end with exile. Eventually, he arrived at Colonus, near Athens, where he found sanctuary. There, according to myth, Oedipus was granted a peaceful death, and buried in a secret place known only to the gods. His grave became a source of protection for the land, a strange reward for a life of immense suffering. But Oedipus's curse did not die with him. His sons, Eteocles and Polynices, quarrelled over the throne. When Polynices was exiled and returned with an army, the two brothers killed each other in battle. Antigone, ever faithful, defied the king's orders and buried her brother. For this, she was sentenced to death, walled alive in a tomb. Her betrothed, Creon's son, took his own life in despair. His mother, Creon's wife, followed. In the house of Oedipus, tragedy was not a single storm. It was a deluge that consumed generations. So what are we to make of this tale? Oedipus is not a villain. He does not act with cruelty or ill intent. He is intelligent, brave, and earnest. He saves Thebes. He seeks justice. And yet he is doomed, not by his actions, but by his origins. His story poses uncomfortable questions. Can one escape fate? Is it better not to know? What is the cost of truth? Greek audiences would have known the story well. They didn't come to be surprised. They came to watch the inevitability unfold, to feel the weight of fate, to ask, what would I have done? In later philosophy, especially among the Stoics, the tale was interpreted as a lesson in accepting one's destiny. Oedipus suffers not because he is evil, but because he resists what has already been decreed. For modern minds, the story became something else entirely. Sigmund Freud saw in Oedipus the hidden desires of the unconscious mind. The Oedipus complex, the idea that children harbour repressed feelings for their parents, transformed a myth into a psychological framework. It was controversial, of course, and still debated today. But it shows the enduring power of the myth. What is it about Oedipus that stays with us? Perhaps it's the irony, the man who seeks the truth only to destroy himself with it, or the idea that our greatest virtues, intelligence, bravery, honesty, can also lead us to ruin. Or maybe it's the quiet horror of discovering that the life you built, the family you love, the person you believe yourself to be, is founded on a secret so terrible it can never be undone. And yet, there's something noble in Oedipus's fall. He does not run from his guilt. He does not deny it. He accepts it. He punishes himself. He begs to be cast out. In a way, he restores order, not through might, but through accountability. His story ends not in vengeance, but in atonement. As we leave the candlelight of myth and step back into the stillness of our modern rooms, Oedipus remains with us. A figure of tragedy, yes, but also of profound humanity. He teaches us that ignorance is not always bliss, that the past, no matter how deeply buried, will rise. That truth, once seen, cannot be unseen, and that sometimes, to find peace, we must be willing to face the darkest parts of ourselves.